and gentlemen, we are about to start. Again, please keep in mind that this is a live forum. It will also be broadcasted on the World Wide Web, and cameras are all over the auditorium, so just to keep that in mind. We'll be starting in less than 60 seconds. Thank you.
Good evening, one and all. Special welcome to those who are here in person at Freedom Hall, those listening via News Co Observer and Progressive Radio, and those watching on the My UPP page and the Truth Network. I am your host, Payman Jeffrey. We all know why we're here today. I know that we're all eagerly anticipating hearing from the MPs of His Majesty's Royal Opposition. But before we do that, it is my job to serve to you the appetizer of a discussion with the senators. Allow me to introduce the panel to you this afternoon. We have to my immediate right, Senator David Messiah, General Secretary of the Antigua and Barbuda Workers Union. To my left, Senator Alex Brown, caretaker of the St. Philip's North constituency. Next, we have Senator Jonathan Joseph, the caretaker for St. Mary's North constituency. And last but not least, we have Senator Sean Nicholas. We would like to have our esteemed audience, involved this afternoon. So we're asking you guys if you have any questions regarding the budget, that you can send those questions to 780-1775. I repeat, 780-1775. And if time permits, we will get to those questions. All right, welcome again to one and all. And without any further ado, let us get right into our discussion. All right. Starting with Senator Messiah. What were your initial thoughts on the budget presented by the Honorable Member for City West?
From the standpoint of any trade union member, the budget presentation, although for us speaking about growth and the development, we felt that it did not address fundamental concepts and concerns of Antigua and Barbuda and the citizenry. The budget was more of, for us, from a standpoint of a campaigning one that is seeking to appease to the people who will support, obviously, the government from its standpoint. And we think that, it failed, as far as we're concerned, to address the need for an overarching framework to lay the way for sound decision-making and the establishment and or employment of best practices in order to get the most value from whatever investments are made within Antigua and Barbuda. And so in a nutshell, I think the budget is lacking. It did not address the concerns of what is happening from an economic standpoint and what is likely to become in Antigua and Barbuda of the various trade, the changes in the environment that is coming likely to Antigua and Barbuda and the rest of the Caribbean and the world in general. And so for our standpoint, we feel that it was just lacking and empty, did not address and meet the needs of not only just the working class, but the entire masses of Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you very much. Same question goes for the other senators. Starting Mr. Brown.
Okay, I pretty much thought that when I listened, the first, let's say, 3/4 of the budget, it sounded like manna from heaven. That was all he was talking about, how great thou art. And that is what we heard. And then the last portion, he hit you where it hurts. So all of a sudden the taxes are coming. But if we were doing, my thought, if you were doing so well, why do we need the different taxes? Why hit the hotel sector? Why hit the common man in his pocket? So those are my concerns. And I just thought that, for me, it was a circus. And I know I would have mentioned before, anytime you put for want of a better word, a clown to run a country, that's what you'll get, one big circus.
Thank you very much.
Okay, for me, my problem started with the throne speech, embracing the legacy, shaping the future. Well, we know the legacy of this administration, and the future is rather grim with this administration. Then going to the budget, securing our future through enhanced fiscal responsibility. The nerves of the Prime Minister to be talking about fiscal responsibility, and at the end, this ridiculous 2% that is placed on the people of Antigua and Barbuda. And let me say here that this administration, the finance minister and prime minister of this country, have no moral authority at all to be imposing taxation on the people without any consultation. And let it be known, look, this is a minority administration, eh? Majority of the electorate voted overwhelmingly for the United Progressive Party, right? And so I would want to think with that reality that the administration would be rather careful and something like this to really engage all stakeholders when it comes to taxation. And I'll rest here for now.
Go ahead, Mr. Andrews.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, and a very pleasant good evening to everyone. I think my colleagues, their analysis is on point. The budget presentation itself was very high on prose and rhetoric. But when you tear that away and you look at the substance, as I think it was Senator Brown who said it, we're coming closer to the end of the presentation. That is where you see where it really hits. And for me, in addition to all the many taxes that are coming, in fact, as Brother Senator Joseph said, they're now talking about enhanced fiscal responsibility. We know the management of our fiscal affairs have been dire. And to now come and talk about an enhanced fiscal responsibility, we're not seeing that. And for me also, what is interesting is what the budget did not say. And we are seeing it every day since the budget was passed, a number of things that were not addressed in the budget, but are now. I don't wish to preempt what our members from the lower house will say, but take, for example, what is the plan in agriculture? We see what is happening at Dunbar's. Nothing like that was addressed in the budget presentation. The Minister of Agriculture did not give us any indication as to such plan. And these are some of the things that we are now seeing unfolding, for which we were not forewarned. So I think in terms of looking at the presentations coming out of the budget debate, we're in a dire strait, and the fiscal responsibility of which they speak, I only pray that God will help us going forward. That's my initial statement.
Thank you very much. Now, at the time of the budget presentation, a lot of people were listening to hear about this infamous 2% increase in the ABST. However, at the time of the presentation, it was merely theoretical. We are now 18 days into the implementation of the increased ABST. To Senator Joseph and Brown, what are you hearing from the people in your constituencies regarding the cost of goods and services?
Well, you know, people have begun to go to the different shops. And it is amazing. I think people don't realize that the 2% is compounded. So when you think something will go up by just 2%, it is much more. So whereas let's say, a tin of whatever it is, maybe corned beef would have cost, I don't know, $5. It's not $5 and maybe 2% added. It's like 50, 60, maybe even $1 more. So people are realizing that it's just not 2%, it is compounded, and they're asking questions. I mean, as a matter of fact, with conversation, they want to know if we can do something to reverse it. And so we're here, we have been doing the pickets. We want to make sure that we look out for the masses. We know that at the UPP, we are people first. They're not, all right? And we have said that there are opportunities to get this money. You're looking for $50 million. You can get that without taxing the people.
Okay, 18 days into the 2%, and individuals are really feeling it in their pockets. I'm on the ground and I'm getting many calls. Families are struggling, single parents are crying out and they're reaching out. Case in point, a bread and beef, and this is real figures, reality. Prior to the implementation of the 2%, a bread and beef was $8. Now it is $10, something as simple as that. And you can imagine the construction workers who go out every day to make these kind of purchases. And so the reality has really sunk in as to the reality of this 2%, because individuals, and as my brother said, it is compounded. So it is a 2% on the existing price that is there. One proprietor in my constituency who work in a guest house is saying that they're getting pushback, having to call guests who would have paid for their stay way in advance to tell them that they're going to have to pay an extra $450 on their stay. So it is really hurting, and let me say here, when you look at the fact that where inflation is somewhere between, fair to say, 5 to 5.5, even 6%, in terms of inflation, and our contribution in terms of social security and stuff, and now to be asked to pay an extra 2%, it is really hurting. And as the health minister, who is my representative, would have said that, if the government is raping you, and without giving accountability as to how they are spending your money, that you should tell them to take their hands out of your pocket, and they're not fit to govern. And I'm saying here, and that this administration is not fit to govern, and we should send the message to them to take their hands out of our pockets and to give accountability before taxation. Give accountability, fiscal, and show fiscal management.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Messiah, as our resident union rep, the workers' union represents both private and public sector workers. What are your thoughts on the government claiming that the increase in ABST was necessary to provide this much needed and long overdue increase to public sector workers?
The question that I would want to really put to the Prime Minister and the government at this time: what analysis have been done to compare this expected yield from the proposed 2% in tax that you put in on the wage bill and other capital projects? For me, given the deficiencies in the collection and of mechanisms, as well as the level of concessions given by the government on an annual basis, how can this increase be the plaster for the ever-festering sore that is our country's revenue collection mechanisms? I don't know that they have done any sort of exercise, any sort of analysis to really bring to us to say that this 2% increase is going to, for the offset the increases that the public servants are going to get from the budget. How can you tell us that when you're saying that the increases are to pay for other things as well? So what it is that you're really saying to us in a nutshell. And so in the absence of understanding what our unemployment or our underemployment within Antigua and Barbuda is at this current state, as the government, and looking at what you're saying for the public sector, that you're now putting that 2% only to pay for public sector workers, what will happen to the private sector workers? So are you saying that you're adding a burden to the private sector, so that is going to take away from what they're going to be able to give when I go and make a representation for increases for the hardship? It is clear that this government did not understand what it was doing. And so for all of its failures, its bad fiscal performance, it is creating and seeking to put a plaster on a wound that is basically bigger than anything that it has.
Well, thank you. Now that you mentioned that, the last time we had a census here in Antigua and Barbuda would have been in 2011. And the last time we had a labor force survey was 2013 during the UPP administration during their tenure. Now, how does a government go about making a proper budget without first assessing the needs of the country and its citizens? And
clearly, and that is the crux of from a union standpoint, where we sit and we ask in the questions. And this goes for a UPP government, if you're in government, if we're in government or not, or any government. Because clearly, the absence of a population census, a household budgetary survey, and a labor force survey are telling indicators that will more or less inform the policies or create remedies being purported is more, what we are seeing here is more of a wish list than a targeted, effective approach in addressing our national crisis that is being experienced. There is clear need that we need to have all of these surveys done so that we can know whether or not people are below the poverty line or they're above or not. And these are indicators that are lacking. The government has not done that. They have not demonstrated to us that they are serious about the process. One indicator for us, then when we look at it, the government continues to carry out or be a part of this job program that they are looking as part of labor. It has not yielded the kind of exercise that we expect to see an improvement in our human resources in the country. And so in the lack of it, and to know exactly the type of skill sets that we would need in Antigua and Barbuda, I mean, the government's presentation of a budget is woefully missing the mark, and obviously is leading down the chute into what I consider to be a dark doldrum that we will not pull ourselves out of anytime soon.
Thank you very much. And I'm glad you mentioned poverty. This question is for Senator Nicholas. Mm-hmm. When most people hear the term poor, they think of unemployed people, right? But the poor also includes what is known as the working poor, right? So these are single parents struggling to make ends meet, or somebody who's making minimum wage, trying to keep their head above water. What do you think that these people, how do you think that these people are being affected with the high cost of living that we have now here in Antigua and Barbuda?
Yes, thanks for that. And let us not forget those people who are underemployed as well. It is hitting them hardest, I would imagine, already struggling on paycheck to paycheck and scarcely that, to be added this additional burden of increased taxation. And if we were to look at it, sometimes we look at the items that we go to the supermarket to shop and get, but it's basically every item that we use. I mean, there's a basket of goods that they say that are exempt from the ABST, But when we look at the prices for these, because remember, transportation cost has gone up, employee costs have gone up, everything has gone up. So even though there is a basket of goods that are exempted from the ABST, prices will still go up. And these people already on a limited, strained income and budget, being further taxed, I think that poor population to which you refer, that label that you apply, they will just get poorer. And it is a dark days are ahead, and it's the reality that we face. The ABST, the government says, is just 2%, but the implication and the far-reaching effects. Persons, you said it in your introduction, we're 18 days into the ABST implementation, and already people are feeling the effects. People are talking out. You go to the supermarket and you wonder, what is it did you buy? Because you're coming out with far less. And if the simple things, the basic commodities, people are no longer buying luxury items because we cannot afford to. And basic food items we are being deprived of. We're not only affecting our income and our social being, but also our health, because we will not be able to eat as well as we hope to. So it has many implications.
I just want to add to that. Please.
Okay, let me pick up from where Senator Nicholas would have left off.
Yeah.
And Senator Messiah touched on an area which is rather concerning for me, and that is a lack of a census that we are due some 13 years now. Now, the census would inform this administration in terms of planning and certain decision making. We take, for example, they would have just constructed a clinic in the Bowlands community. Now, it's just handed over, but the reality is it's not adequate. It is too small. Having done the census, it would inform the government as to how much the community would have grown by, not just percentage, but with the raw numbers, and that will let you know that a size of that clinic just won't cut it. It is finished, they're butchering the building, it was constructed without any real plans or plans even to accommodate the nurses. And so this administration is rather reckless. And when you talk about planning, they lack proper planning, and any development with the absence of real data that will give empirical direction as to where the development plan should go and where is best to spend the money. And so I'm just, they're out for lunch. Let me just say that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Massa, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to more or less dovetail into, you talk about the poverty. One of the things that, you want to bring out, how can, and this is a question that we continue to feel burning inside, how can you have a basket of goods that are zero rated without knowing what consumers are most likely to spend on for their survival in this country? How can we do that? How are we so sure that the necessities that are outlined are meeting the needs of the population? And when you look at a situation where you have a mother, a single mother, who have a child going to, one or two, children going to school, and they have to use the internet as part of their schoolwork today, that item is not in the basket of goods. And that is a further pressure that you're now putting on the single parent, the single mothers in this country. The basket of goods that we have has not been updated for, from since whenever, back in the 50s and 60s. And clearly, the current basket of goods has not taken into consideration the items that people are using today to survive in this country. And I think clearly that, the government did not make an assessment properly to inform its decision to create its social policies going forward for this country that we live in.
Thank you very much, Ms. Messiah. And staying with you, another thing that stood out in the budget presentation was that the money allocated to most ministries, majority of the money allocated to most ministries, go towards paying salaries and wages. and doesn't leave much room for training and development of our human resources. Could you speak to that, please?
Yeah, in the terms of what I considered, training and development of the labor force, the labor sector, the allotments in the budget are basically paltry at best, and the majority of it more or less goes towards paying wages within the labor department and so on. So the work experience program that we talk about, that you see many times when you walk on Church Street, you see all the people standing in the line. If the labor department has roughly allotted to it about 9 million based in the budget, at least 6 to 7 million of that basically goes toward the work training program. Have we seen the fruit of that work experience training program to this date? No. Because, those persons are supposed to be on the training program over a period of time, but it has not really materialized for us to do anything. What we are saying, the work under the training division, outside of wages and salaries for the staff, there is not much left on a wide scale for training and development. Even looking at where some of these departments are housed, it shows that this government doesn't really care about anything when you talk about the human resources development. And so the time has come, as far as I'm concerned, that we need to change this government and change it in a good way, a meaningful way. That we make sure that we are investing in the young people of this country to ensure that they can rise to the heights of the higher echelons of this country in management and whatnot. What is happening? Our government continue to put on us, and having our people go and wait on Church Street every Friday to collect a meager check, but there's no sort of skill sets that are basically passing on to them. And so I just want to say that this within the government's budget was also a paltry experience for us.
Thank you very much. I'd like to remind the audience that if you have any questions regarding the budget, you can send your questions to 780-1775, 780-1775, and I'll pose your questions to the senators. Let's go back to Senator Nicholas. We would have heard from the people from the finance department about the many options that they had put in before the cabinet as far as ways of collecting revenue, increasing the revenue, instead of the 2%. Could you speak to some of those options that the government had, please?
Okay. I think as a party, first of all, I should say that for some time we have been saying one of the ways in which we can raise revenues in this country is to review the revenue coming in at the port. As it is right now, the ABST, the RRC, the Revenue Recovery Charge, and the customs duty amount to about 50% of the CIF cost, insurance, and freight. And we have been saying if we were to reduce that to, say, 30%, which the government has the authority to do, you will have far more businesses paying. And that will be a steady stream of revenue coming into this country. And this is not just the UPP saying this. We have had meetings with several business people who have put forward this as an alternative in which the government can be sure of getting more revenue in. One of the problems also is that the whole issue of compliance, there has not been a high level of compliance in terms of the payment of the ABST. And one of the reasons for that I would like to posit is that the government owes businesses in this country millions and millions and millions of dollars. And if you are asking me to pay you and you owe me, hey, that is, it doesn't take a degree in economics to figure that one out. Government needs to find a way to settle its debt with local suppliers, local businesses, so that the money can circulate within the economy, and the end result would not be an increase of taxes on the backs of the poor people. There's also the whole issue of the indiscriminate giving of waivers, and this is not backed normally by statutory requirements. You have a situation, if you're a friend or you're the right political color, you're given discretionary waivers. And the Prime Minister himself has admitted that millions of dollars have been lost as a result of these discretionary waivers. So these are some of the areas where they can plug. Government must do the work in collecting the taxes and not run to the poor people when there is a shortfall to say, you must pay, you must help us to raise revenue to put in the consolidated fund.
Thank you very much. Let me read the question first, and then you can answer. So we heard of record revenue collection at the port, over $400 million, and we also heard that 51% of ABSD went uncollected. Your colleague, Senator Showell, pleaded with the PM to tighten the collection mechanism instead of actually implementing the 2% increase in ABSD. But the PM laughed and replied, saying that that is more complicated than the senator made it seem. So, Brown and Jonathan, what do you guys think of that?
Well, that would immediately solve that problem without having to tax the people. There's another area that we know they have waived the transfer tax for properties for PLH. And they have said they've given away over $100 million so far. Right? Why waive that tax to people who can afford to pay it? All right? So if we look at just collecting those, you're looking at easily $160 million coming in if you just collect 20% more and the transfer tax, you collect that. Barbuda, they say it's the place that's happening and people are buying. Tap into that, collect that money, and we do not have to worry about the 2% on the backs of everyone in this country.
Thank you very much. Jonathan?
Yes, Senator Brown made a good point in terms of the transfer tax. But it's quite unfortunate that the Prime Minister would have dismissed the contribution of Senator Shaw, but no surprise to me or to us, because the Prime Minister doesn't take advice, or I should say sound advice. There are lots of taxes on the books where the administration could have looked at and see where they are falling short in terms of collecting the existing taxes that are out there on the books, and to get the collection machinery in place to ensure that the taxes are being collected. I would be doing a disservice to my constituents if I don't plug this. I think it would be amount to a caretaker suicide, and it has to do with the level of health care that obtains in the constituency of St. Mary's North. And there are 3 clinics that are there in St. Mary's North, and they too are infrastructure-wise, they need attention. The healthcare workers are challenged with what they need to carry out their duties. I want to say here that the minister, in his business plan, would have said that based on consultation meetings that they would have had with PAHO over a year ago, and one of the areas that they looked at is primary health care. And we are not seeing that happening up to now. You go back to the budget presentations for the past 5 years, from 2019 up to now, and when you look at the critical areas that are mentioned there in the business plan, it has to do with the infrastructure and the crumbling structure of our buildings, our clinics in the communities. And 5 years going to Parliament, talking about it, putting it in the business plan, and we're not seeing any action or any deliberate, unapologetic effort on behalf of the minister to appeal to the prime minister to ensure, if it is, because a budget is a budget, and if it is that he's not getting the financial spend to do that, to address healthcare properly in the country, then let us know. Speak out. Because as it is, and as it is in St. Mary's North, there are so many individuals that are suffering from cancer, needs treatment, and for whatever reason, recently, those treatments they're not getting it from medical benefit. Luckily, there's one doctor that they can purchase it from. And when a poor individual, when an elderly, whose pension is not even $1,000, when you're sick, you need to get well, and you're going to spend and do what you have to do to spend. And when you have to spend and look out and to see $2,800 to get your medication that is going to only last you a week, it is just wickedness to the core. And when you can take up as an administration to take up $400,000 to plant palm trees, and to have a One Nation concert, and allegedly the intelligence that I'm getting, that one artist would have gotten just about $100,000 for this One Nation concert. And you add what the band would get and all the per diems and stuff like that. This administration must get real and address the needs of the citizen in this country and look out for the poor and the vulnerable ones. Sick people need to get well, and they need to get real health care, as it is that our health minister is the worst health minister that we have had since independence. The worst health minister that we would have had since independence, and the worst in the Caribbean, and it is time for the Prime Minister to do right by the people in this country and to relieve the minister of that substantive position that he has.
Thank you very much. You mentioned healthcare, and we all know the dire state that healthcare is in right now, as well as our roads. Our roads are terrible, and that's just putting it mildly. We also have the government buildings. Every minute you're hearing about somebody having to move out of their building because it's infested with mold. I can tell you about the office of the opposition leader.
Leader of the opposition.
His office mold all over the place. And so we have all these things going on. The government owes everybody, it seems. I was reading the newspaper the other day, and they wanted to engage a company to have some kiosks up at the airport. But the newspaper said, in order for them to do that, they have to pay a bill that they already owe the people. All right, so the billion-dollar question is, where is our tax money being spent?
That's right.
If any of you guys could answer that, we'd really, really, really appreciate it.
And as I would have said before in my opening, that this administration, it doesn't have the moral authority to be implementing new taxes without giving accountability for the millions and millions that it would have collected. This administration is on record of collecting over $11 billion in taxation. Where is it? Look around. Where is it? Health is on life support. Education going nowhere. Infrastructure.
In the hospital.
Infrastructure growing worse every day. In every sector. And this administration, by right, should give an account of its spending and should not be engaged in certain borrowings without consultation and without it going to Parliament. There are certain borrowings that should not be done in secret, and you find out after the fact. We must get serious in this country, and I'm calling on every citizen in this country to love yourself and to love this country enough to take a stand and to demand better and to demand accountability. It is time for this administration to go.
Yeah.
Well, the question that was asked is where our tax monies are being spent. Just take a drive to English Harbor. There's a lovely boat over there that we're paying, the Alpha Nago. Yeah, we're paying over $75,000 weekly, and that is putting it mildly.
Yes.
All right?
Yes, yes.
Check the cemeteries. Because I just read something that they're now going to be looking to bury people in grants and other areas. So, and we would have paid millions for the cemetery with the guy from Arlington.
Over 2 million.
Yeah, yeah. So that's some of the areas our monies are going. So they're in the cemeteries all over, and they're in English Harbor, Alpha Nago.
Okay. Senator
But
Nicholas?
one of the, if I just may, just before I just want to say too, is that one of the best ways to increase tax revenues is by increasing the spending power of our people. And if...
One second, please. Guys, could you be quiet? We're trying to hear what's going on.
All right.
Thank you.
We know the government would have had plans for so many projects. Last comfortable 38. If even quarter of those had come to fruition, we wouldn't be here today. Because people have money in their pockets. I mean, you can name them. The list is long. It's long, from Long Bay to Half Moon Bay to Morris Bay, all around the country. And none, no, not one. They're now boasting about Sunwing. Sunwing was a product of UPP. And they're the only ones who are doing something. Sanders was supposed to build something. Nothing is happening. And so if they're able to get the projects going, then people would have money in their pockets, and we would not be in the situation.
Thank you. Senator Nicholas?
Yes, one of the areas that I should have mentioned earlier in terms of increasing revenue, there's a whole sector where property tax is concerned. There are a number of properties around Antigua that are off the radar when it comes to the payment of property taxes. And I think if the government, one of my colleagues made the point earlier, the laws are on the books, but they're not being implemented. And if the government were to go after a lot of these property owners, some of them in the millions, it's one of the ways in which they can plug the hole in terms of increasing revenue into the consolidated fund. And I just want to elaborate on the point of Senator Brown. In 2014, we were told of the many projects that were coming into this country. And I think what the government was successful in being a big failure in terms of the almost 30 projects that were touted, and we are still waiting for one to get off the ground. Our dear departed former Prime Minister said he was tired of all the ground faking. And we have not heard of any in recent times because I believe they too had become tired of the ground faking. So all the plans that were made, we are waiting to see those materialize so that the revenues that governments so desperately need, they can get from all these projects in terms of the taxes that they're paying and take their hand, as my dear brother said, take their hand out of poor people's pockets.
Thank you very much, Senator Nicholas. I have a question here from the audience for Senator Brown and Joseph. You guys talked about the 2% tax being compounded. Could you please elaborate?
Okay. Yes. When you look at the 2%, you're paying a 2% at the port. The supplier is paying a 2% at the port. That is going to be passed on to you. The broker, he's going to put on his 2% for his service. That is going to be passed on to you. Transportation, 2%. it is going to be passed on to you. So anything that has to do with that product, before it reaches you, it is going to be passed on to you. And that is the shocking reality that the people are now experiencing 18 days into this 2% taxation. My brother?
After that explanation, I think we're good. It's separate, everybody who handles the goods.
Yes, every stage.
Every stage, before it gets to you, is 2%. So it will not be 2% by the time it gets to you. It probably will be 12, 13.
Another question from the audience. If the collection of outstanding monies or revenues are the solution to our problem, what are we doing about it? And why aren't we more vigorous in doing something about it?
We who, I would ask, because we are not the government.
That's what the person wanted to know.
So the question is right. What is the government doing about it? And I think that is the question that we are all asking here this evening. We are not the government.
All right. So back to Senator Johnson Joseph. You wanted to speak about investments. Senator Jones is not here with us this afternoon, but we hear them talking about the PLH bringing in all this revenue for the government. How has that translated into the everyday lives of Antiguans and Barbudans?
Okay, well, that was Senator Brown who actually mentioned that, but I'll answer the question anyway. Look, this administration needs to be fair with a clear policy as it relates to investment and criteria. There ought to be benchmarks that are set in terms of investment, and the waivers should be pegged to the level of investment that you're bringing in. Now, the reality is, when you're talking about over 100 million being exempt, imagine what that could have done, would have been doing in the economy. Now, this 2% is expected to raise some $50 million, right? Now, and with that exemption for PLH, that we could have had that. Hence, no reason for the imposing of the 2% on the poor people, on the backs of the poor and the very poor in this country. And I think going forward, the administration really need to sit down, sit back, revisit some of its policies going forward, and to ensure that Antiguans and Barbudans gets a fair share, and that the administration is doing right by the people.
Thank you very much. Senator Messiah, we all know the plight of the LIAT and CAS workers who are already on the breadline. And we heard about some that are about to go on the breadline next week. Could you speak to that, please?
Sorry for the dead air just now. I mean, I really don't know how to speak on that anymore, other than to say that this government, it was in this very hall in July 2020, the Prime Minister asked the Antigua and Barbuda Workers Union to assemble all the workers, to bring all the workers from LIAT, those throughout the Caribbean that we linked up through the Zoom, in order to give them a talk and to sell us the idea of him seeking to go into the reorganizing of this airline. The workers went along with the Prime Minister, and I think that he has taken each one of us down the drain with his idea and the changes and not being transparent at this particular stage. The Prime Minister sat and said to us that he wanted a haircut, and to give an idea of a haircut and to what it represented. And we have tried over the last maybe 3 to 4 years to get a real understanding. And every time that we thought that we had something close by, the government would change the goalposts. And at this particular stage, last year, when we went to Parliament to change or to amend that Companies Act, when the Prime Minister would have wanted, or the government wanted to ensure, to extend the period for the administrator, to give him legitimacy for what he is doing, to extend it to a 3-year period. Where we are now, it is no surprise that the Prime Minister could not save Liat and the people of Antigua Barbuda and the rest of the Caribbean who believed in him. What is now happening? It is considered to be not only barbaric at best, but it is the pressure that the Prime Minister has been put on those people. And I've sat in this hall, and I've said to some workers recently that with all of the monies and giveaways that the government would have forgiven, not collecting that taxes and the ABST and so on, you would have heard it here tonight, at least 50 million, 50%, sorry. Half of that alone could pay the 80 million that was owed to all Liat workers and CAS in Antigua. And I'm saying by coming and putting that 2% on people now, you're pressuring the very people to pay their own selves at the end of the day. You're bringing a hardship on them, and that is what is happening. And so what is happening with Liat and CAS? Liat owns 51% of CAS. And the government has made a decision that you enter into an operation with an unknown entity, that once you go on the internet, you would find that APs has a lot of problems, as the people say. A series, a myriad of problems. But you have not come back to the people to tell us the reason why you have gone into that administration or what it has yielded. I think, brothers and sisters, and people of Antigua and Barbuda, that the administrator has to answer to the people of Antigua and Barbuda, because he has not done his fiduciary responsibility to tell us exactly what has been yielded for this administration that he has done. When they started it, it was supposed to be 120 days. It is 3 years and counting. And by next week, the workers, the very workers who have kept Liat flying throughout these years, are not getting, look as if they're not getting anything. And a Prime Minister walking around beating his chest, that you take it or leave it, is what I put on the table. While Barbados government and St. Vincent government and the people from St. Lucia, their people are being satisfied. And the very Prime Minister of St. Vincent would have said on our airwaves in Antigua, wait, understand, wait, because we're not getting anything. Because your Prime Minister, all the more that he's going around to say that St. Vincent is going to support him, that Barbados is going to support him. We have not seen anything at this particular stage. And it is days before that it is 2020 coming to being. And let me say this. The administrator, you have another thing coming, because you should not be issuing letters to the workers to indicate that you don't know when they're going to get their money. Any other company in this country, we would be marching up and down the place or flooding the area. The workers must be paid, they must be justified with what is happening. And what he has done is a cardinal sin as far as I'm concerned. And so the Antigua and Barbuda Workers Union in our position, we will go to the length and breadth to ensure that the justice is done for the workers of Antigua and Barbuda under the Liat. We will not give that up.
Mr. Moderator, if I could interject something here. It is instructive to know that a trade union, this administration, came out of the bosom of a trade union. It was the TLU, Antigua Trades and Labor Union, that gave birth to this administration. And to see how this administration view workers, treat workers, and as it relates to LEAT and CAS workers, that this government should understand that they are the employer of the workers and they have a moral responsibility and, might I add, a constitutional responsibility towards the LEAT and CAS workers. It is important, and in all of this discussion, let us keep this in the back of our minds, that the government is the employer, and how can an administration coming out of a labor movement, a trade union movement, how can you be treating workers like that?
Obviously,
Keep that
they have moved away from
in the back of your minds whenever we speak about LEAT and CAS workers.
Obviously, they have lost their way, so they're not representing labor, which represent workers. That is clear.
We have a question on the LEAT matter from the audience. Why doesn't the union sue the government on behalf of LEAT workers?
It is not, and I want people to understand, it's not just LEAT workers anymore. LEAT, and by extension, we do have the CAS workers who are impacted by this particular closure of the LEAT 1974 Limited. Just to say to the audience and to the person who asked that question, the union has its legal team examining every aspect of how we're going to proceed based on dealing with the process that to the administrator. We would have, from the Antigua and Barbuda Workers Union, written to the administrator already, starting the process so that we could get some answers on behalf of the workers in this country that would have worked for LEAT as well as for CAS. We want to know, so we have started that process.
Thank you very much. So we're wrapping up now, so could each of the senators give their final word? Starting with Senator Nicholas.
Sure. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity and to let the audience know there are so many issues affecting us as a people here in Antigua and Barbuda, and we have to remain watchful, we have to be mindful. The government, as we say, it's a minority government, and they will do everything in their power to continue what they're doing, knowing that their time is short. And the window that they have to do, what they have to do is very short. So let us remain mindful. And I thank you for the opportunity that we had here this evening, and certainly looking forward to hear from our members of parliament.
Senator Joseph.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to shed some light on the budget, responding on the budget. You have been a gracious audience. I want to end the way I started, to say that this administration, it's a minority government. The majority of the electorate voted overwhelmingly for the United Progressive Party, and thus no moral authority upon which to impose the kind of taxation on the people without any consultation, and first of all, without giving accountability of its stewardship and its fiscal spending. I too am anxiously awaiting the presentation from the lower house, and as I said before, I'm thankful given this opportunity to be a part of the panel this evening.
Okay, also it has certainly been my pleasure to be here this evening. I also want to say a pleasant good afternoon to everybody, especially those in St. Philip's North. We know that the action will be there, if not sooner rather than later. So we'll be on the ground. We want to make sure that we look out for everybody, even though we know that the only thing we have heard from the Member of Parliament for the first year is I second the motion. We have not seen him otherwise, just second the motion. That's all he said. So true representation is coming. So thank you very much. And as I said, it's been my pleasure. We look forward to hearing what the Law House guys have to say this evening. Thank you.
And Senator Masai.
Thank you. Also, it's my pleasure as well to be here this evening. I just want to reiterate some of the points that I had earlier. From my position, the 2024 budget presentation, although speaking of growth and development, did not address some fundamental concepts. It failed to address the need of an overarching framework to lay way for sound decision-making and the establishment on or employment of best practices in order to get the most value from whatever investments made. The absence, and this is very fundamental to me, the absence of a population census, household budgetary survey, and labor force survey are telling indicators that the policies or remedies being purported is more of a wish list than a target-effective approach to addressing our national crisis that is being experienced. Thank you again, brothers and sisters, for listening.
And with that, we come to the end of the discussion with our senators. We're going to now go to the main course, the presentations by the lower house MPs. Thank you all. Thank you, senators. And we switch over to them now.
All right.
Right.
Let us pray. Great and mighty God, we thank you for bringing us here together safely. We thank you that these who are gathered here today recognize the sacred nature of the governmental institutions that you have ordained and the prudence required to bring your people peace, safety, and prosperity. We ask that these proceedings tonight will enlighten the understanding of your people and provide guidance to our nation as we navigate the challenges ahead. Father, we pray for the unity of your people. Help us to dwell in love and endeavor to be our brother's keeper. Again, we ask your blessings on this, the People's Parliament, as we deliberate the business of our nation. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Good evening, brothers and sisters. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and many more who have joined us. This is the People's Parliament.
Yes.
So let us raise our voices and help me to render the national anthem of Antigua and Barbuda. Fair Antigua and Barbuda, with thy sons and daughters stand, strong and firm in peace or danger, to safeguard our nation. man is free. God of nations, let thy blessings fall upon this land of rain and sunshine, ever sending, fill her fields with crops and flowers, where her children go employ her, give us strength, faith, loyalty, never failing, all enduring, God even a liberty.
This sitting of the People's Parliament is now in session.
Yes.
Honorable members of the House, members of the Senate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the gallery, members of the diaspora, and our radio and social media audiences, good evening. Welcome to this historic sitting of the opposition bench, which I am certain we will all find very informative and educational. At this time, I wish to thank the Honorable House for having the confidence in me to preside over this, the People's Parliament. I am honored to have been chosen for this auspicious occasion, and it's indeed a pleasure for me to do so. Now, some very light housekeeping. Honorable members, please ensure that the standing orders are adhered to and that the time limits are respected. I will advise you when you have 5 minutes of your allotted time. Any extra time allowed will be at the discretion of the House. Okay. Members of the gallery, given the occasion, I will allow applause from you. However, please conduct yourself in the manner fitting for this serious event this evening. I thank you all for your expected cooperation this evening. I now recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition and Member for All Saints East and St. Luke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise this evening to make my contribution to the Appropriation Bill 2024. But yes. Better? Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I rise to, first of all, let me say good evening to one and all gathered here Listen, I rise to make my presentation on the 2024 appropriation bill. But first, I must welcome the gallery, those here in person, the patriots in the diaspora, and everyone listening by radio or watching on social media. My colleagues and I greatly appreciate not only your presence and your interests, but your understanding and support for the position we took in December. You elected us to stand up for you, and we will not be deterred or disrespected in our efforts to represent your best interests. I also take this opportunity to congratulate the MP for Rural West, the MP for All Saints West, and the MP for St. George on the first anniversary of their election to this Honorable House of Representatives. And I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate my brother and the MP for St. Mary's South on both his election and his historic by-election. With the veterans, the MP for Barbuda and MP for St. Philip South, we make up the Magnificent Seven. Tonight, given the time constraints, on this historic sitting, you will not be hearing the usual response to the budget presentation by the leader of the opposition. Instead, the members will deliver a joint response that covers the most relevant points of the budget and speaks to the people's realities. So I invite you to lean in, listen, and digest as we bring to you the messages we were prevented from sharing on December 19. I have to say here that God is good.
All the time.
If we had debated this bill back in December, half of what we will speak about tonight would not have been discussed because the developments of the last 2 weeks would not even get a brief mention in the budget presentation. On December 15th, not a word was said about the sudden sale of the cancer center. Nothing to the statutory bodies about the 50% dividends from their profits and surpluses. Nothing about the repurposing of the Dunbar's lands and the NTTC Satellite Hospital. Nothing about the shutdown of LIAT on February 5th and another set of workers being put on the breadline along with the supervisors at State Insurance. Madam Speaker, the Lord loves you, UPP, because it was divine intervention that delayed our debate until tonight. Look at all we would have missed on December 19. Anyway, I will now speak to the aspects of the 2024 budget that touch the people's pain inflicted by the Ministry of Works, Housing, and related sectors. According to the Prime Minister, Antigua and Barbuda enjoys a robust construction sector that drives economic growth and employment opportunities for our citizens. He said also that based on data up to 2023, it is expected that the rate of growth in the construction sector will double to 10%. This is my first challenge tonight, Madam Speaker. As the sector doubles to 10%, how many citizens and residents will be growing with it? because the Prime Minister has told us that he will be looking to import skilled labor for the upcoming construction projects, where will that, Madam Speaker, leave the hundreds of young men who are hanging out on the corners in every single constituency without work? The Prime Minister was the Minister of Planning in a previous administration. Did he forget to plan for these young people apart from the 4 trees and 15 grams? When he received a grant of 4 million English pounds to expand Abyss 3 years ago, was he thinking of these unemployed youth? Or was he planning since then to go the easy route and simply import labor? The Minister of Works, Madam Speaker, has confessed that the construction of the 500 homes project was not the best. But, Madam Speaker, we already know that. If you can cut the wage of the workers at the national housing, how do you expect to get quality work when they are working at reduced costs? At reduced wages, sorry. Brothers and sisters, members of the gallery, I want you to understand that we are not just here to oppose for opposing's sake. The Minister of Works admitted that in terms of the finishes, the work was shoddy, and she blamed this on the workmen's lack of skills. Madam Speaker, is this going to be her justification for keeping local people out of work in 2024? Will this be her excuse when they cannot get employment on the upscale housing project on the Dunbar's land? National housing, Madam Speaker, 500 homes was the biggest construction project in 2023. But there, at the national housing, was very little activity in 2023. So it is clear that the Prime Minister is basing his bright outlook on 2 foreign direct investments: the Peace, Love and Happiness, the PLH project over in Barbuda, and the renovation of the Halcyon Hotel. Madam Speaker, we are talking about only 2 out of more than 30 projects that were to bring thousands of construction jobs and thousands of permanent jobs for the people of Antigua and Barbuda. The Prime Minister points out that the Jolly Beach renovations was ongoing, but up to now, and in spite of the questions put to him in Parliament, we know virtually nothing about that project. Madam Speaker, after the initial project was leaked, after the initial agreement was leaked, which was quite a sweetheart deal, all communication on the project was shut down. So we still don't know what the construction cost us, the taxpayers, in materials or in labor or in tax exemptions or reductions. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister also boasts about the expansion of the Heritage Resort and the Nobu restaurant on Barbuda. How many local jobs did these create? Did these projects contribute any direct taxes, or did they receive the Prime Minister's usual tax concessions? He says there was so much residential and commercial construction in 2023. I don't know if you are living in the same Antigua and Barbuda today, but I'm yet to see all those construction projects, Madam Speaker. But we will continue to look. We will continue to look. After he is referring to the national housing projects, and they was to continue an investigation that has been happening for some time now. we are waiting on the audited financial report of this statutory body, if indeed there are any accounts at all. We need to know how much national housing spent in wages, on salaries, and on materials. We also need to know how much they spend on procuring heavy-duty equipment. Brothers and sisters, we cannot continue to sit by and allow this government to increase taxes on us without giving us any account of what they have spent so far. So as we continue, the taxpayers want to know why certain officials were removed and replaced from national housing. They are entitled to this information. We want to know whether any malfeasance took place and whether there will be any prosecution for it. Brothers and sisters, members listening via social media, the general public, I am urging you, join us as we hold this government accountable for what they have spent and continue to spend. Now, the budget statement refers to continued road works and expansion of utilities infrastructure. I'm asking you, the people in the gallery, is the Prime Minister serious? Is he serious? The government spent US 20 million in grant money from England to rehab the Fiscal Road. And look at the condition of the road surface already. I don't think the British taxpayers would be satisfied to see how it is. And I know local taxpayers, they are not satisfied. They are not happy when they drive on it. Now, after the tragedy involving the AUA students on that road, the cabinet announced that the APUA would install 750 streetlights to illuminate the Fiscal Road and other highways. Madam Speaker, can you show me where these lights were installed? Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if you drive on the airport road, but I know it wasn't there. I know it wasn't Valley Road that I usually take to go to the south. I know for certain it's not there. And I know for a fact it's not in All Saints East and St. Luke. Madam Speaker, we cannot continue to do business as usual. Why is it the resurfacing of the Sydney-Walling Highway is not yet completed? When will they stop digging up the roadway and complete it? I would like the member for Rural East to tell us who is benefiting from this put down and dig up exercise that has been going on for years now. APUA as well, they are also guilty of this ridiculous practice along with Public Works. No sooner is the road resurfaced than APUA comes along to dig it back up. Then when they dig across the street, Madam Speaker, it stays there and widen into trench. And up to years later, Public Works never get around to filling it. Years ago, I can remember the UPP made it the responsibility of an officer in Ministry of Works. And I want to believe that person is the now Director of Public Works, to coordinate line repairs with road repairs. But since then, it's been back to the bad practices of those two agencies. And neither the member for Rural East nor the member for City East appears to be interested in correcting it. Maybe because they don't have to purchase shocks or repair a damaged front end like we, the people, do. In the meantime, every community except for National Housing Project is complaining about the condition of the roads, what the potholes are doing to their vehicles, or the dust is doing to their health. In every single community, including the upscale neighborhoods, where the government just increased the rate of property tax. A few days ago, I heard, Madam Speaker, somebody describe the Pigot's Main Road as a crime against humanity. The government operates quarries in both Pickett's and Bendels, and yet these two communities are bawling murder for roads. But then again, you can say the same for the people in Follies, Old Road, Suites, John Hughes, All Saints, in Painters West, the people in Lightfoot, in Rural West and Rural East. Because it's months now that they're putting down a sidewalk right there on Wireless Road. So Wireless Road turned from a two-way street into a one-way street. But, Madam Speaker, it's not only these communities bawling murder. The people in Hodges Bay as well, they are bawling murder because the roads in this country, they're so horrible. I would like to suggest to the member of Rural North, because we don't only speak about the problem, we can offer solutions. So I'm saying to the member for Rural North, for St. Mary's North, with the millions of tires down Cooks, see how we can use those tires and turn them into material that can help to fix the roads. Not only to fix the roads, but also to do parking lots and to create proper playing surface for young people to go and play in the various parks or basketball courts and playgrounds that we don't have yet, but they're coming because the UPP will be in office in a short time. Tell the Minister of Works that this is 2024 and the practice of dropping sugar cake into potholes need to be left in 2023. Everywhere you turn, in country or in town, the Minister of Public Works is missing in action. And not even $1 million worth of palm trees on Faisal Road can disguise that fact that she's missing. I refuse to believe that she drives anywhere or goes into St. John's at any given time. And it is shameful that this administration is boasting about its home porting success, while the infrastructure in the city, the capital city, the look and smell of it is crumbling. Madam Speaker, they're lucky, Madam Speaker, that our time is limited tonight. Because the roll call of infrastructural failures would take at least an hour. But I have to highlight a few. When you look at the $22 million wasted to convert the NTTC building into a satellite hospital, only to turn it into a post office and the headquarters for the Ministry of Agriculture. And I just learned that that may not even happen because the PS said to us that it has been delayed. Why? They never said why, but I'm going to tell you why. It has been delayed because that newly renovated building had a flood some time ago, and that too cannot be used for the purpose that they intend to use it. This country is in a serious crisis. The number of government offices and departments that are on reduced hours because of mold or poor air quality or water issues keeps increasing. So you know what happened? Full-time pay for half-time work is a waste of money and human resources. I want to touch on this one, and I have to touch on this one. And I want to say to the Minister of Works that this 2024 is going to be the year of change. It's going to be the year that they change and adjust the treatment that they give to the opposition, because the condition of the leader of the opposition office, if you didn't have asthma before, and you go to that building, you will certainly get asthma. A leaking roof, damp carpet, mold growing in the ceiling, and spreading even to the furniture. That's what's happening at the leader of the opposition office. Madam Speaker, as I continue, the number of clinics and police stations that are temporarily closed but not being repaired. CID, then Param, then Coolidge, then All Saints. Now the Bowlands police station has been evicted due to non-payment of rent. But I want to ask the member for City South,
Quiet, please.
who is next? Because everybody that rent the government cannot get
Quiet,
paid.
please. Please.
I also want him to tell us what is being done, because the rundown condition of the Knuckleback Community Center and the 4-year failure to complete the repairs on the Magistrate Court on High Street. Again, the knighted member for City South owes the people of this country an explanation and an apology as well. Do you remember the lies that they peddled when they said that the UPP started a car park and they can't finish it? It is this same administration purchased the Sunshine Hub and the government's failure to complete it, because they purchased it from the people, so it's their responsibility to complete it. That is a failure to collect desperately needed revenue in rent and parking fees and reduce the awful congestion downtown. This one, Madam Speaker, this one, the lack of maintenance at the hospital that carries the name of the Public Works Minister's own uncle. The condition is horrible, and this has resulted in untold pain for patients, delays in surgery, and unnecessary deaths. We heard weeks ago from the member of St. Mary's North that a company had been identified to undertake remedial work on the operating theaters at the hospital. Can you imagine that? No. But anyway, one of my other colleagues will speak to that. My question, as a matter of fact, how was this company selected member a knighted one for St. Mary's North? Was it by the tenders board as required by law, or it was handpicked? by the minister, what is the timeline for completion and how much is it going to cost the taxpayers? Is it going to be like the IDC Center? That's the correct acronym? Yes. The IDC? Yes. Because up to date, even persons and officials within the Ministry of Works cannot tell us how much that building cost us. And it is unfair to the people of this country that you are imposing more taxes without giving accountability to the taxes you have collected before.
Honourable Member, you have 5 minutes left.
Madam Speaker, that is just the short list of infrastructure failures. But I'll move on, Madam Speaker. I must mention, though, that the government boasts that over 4,000 vehicles were imported into Antigua and Barbuda in 2023. Apart from the fact that the Prime Minister said the port can't afford to pay even the interest of the Chinese loan, I have to ask him, where is the planning for new roads to accommodate these 4,000 vehicles? Except for him and the Governor General, who have police escorts. The rest of us have to sit in traffic, sometimes for an hour, to get from point A to point B on any given day in Antigua. Every hour is no rush hour. We need new routes and better roads, not only to accommodate the delegates to the upcoming SIDS conference, but for those of us who struggle here 365 days a year. Madam Speaker, my challenges to the 2024 budget, they're far from finished, but because of time, I have to cut them short. But before I sit, Madam Speaker, I want the member for City East to know that we are far from satisfied with his performance. The cabinet blamed the APUA technicians and management for the government's failure to deliver on its promise since 2014 to resolve the water situation. But the buck doesn't stop with the employees. The blame rests with the minister and his predecessor, who is now the chairman of the same organization. Can you imagine? The water-starved population is still waiting 2 years now for the mega RO plant at Bethesda to get here and for the other plants to produce at capacity. We want to know when APUA will create a proper water schedule, delivering water and managing the valves that direct water to the various communities. We want to know when APUA will stock up on materials and parts will be important. We want to know when funding APUA and stocking the necessary parts will be as important to the City East Minister and MP as maintaining the Alpha Nero is to the City West MP. In the meantime, Madam Speaker, homeowners and business people are tired of the ongoing power outages that affect their appliances and decrease their productivity. Climate experts reported last week that 2023 was the hottest year on record. Everybody had to run their AC and fans day and night for relief because Granny couldn't bathe and Papa couldn't keep cool. Well, 2024 looks more of the same. And so the people need relief from their high electricity bills, especially since APUA now have to pay 50% of their profits into the consolidated fund, and those monies have to be recouped somehow. Therefore, Madam Speaker, And I trust that you want to know, Madam Speaker, you want to know when the multi-million-dollar solar energy farm at Bethesda and the airport will be coming online to give them a break. Mr. Minister of Public Utilities, tell us when we are going to receive the batteries for those solar farms. And Thursday is not a far time from now. Please tell us in your press conference. Madam Speaker, I have to touch this, but I want to say to my constituents, you know the work that I've been doing. You know what is happening down there. You have seen my work. And you are witnessing presently the transformation of the Morris Bay into a beach park. The rest of the constituency, the plans that I have for you in 2024, you will see them. And I will continue to advocate to the authorities that the All Saints East and St. Luke constituency is also a part of Antigua and Barbuda. Madam Speaker, I just want to reassure my constituents that the highest level of representation is what I will continue to give to you. I will leave it there for now, Madam Speaker, and pass the baton to my colleagues to carry this relay forward. May it please you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before the, you can come, Honourable Member. There is an announcement. There is a snack at downstairs, and if anyone wishes to participate, to take part in some food and beverages, I'm just asking when you leave, please leave quietly and return quietly. And also, I appreciate the applause, but some of the little crosstalk takes time from the member who is speaking. So I would appreciate, let's keep the crosstalk a little, less. Thank you, members. I recognize the honorable member for St. Philip's South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Madam Speaker, permit me to make my contribution to the bill shortly entitled Appropriations Act 2023, Appropriations number 2. The first thing I'm going to say about this act, the Parliament of 2023 was prorogued since November. When a bill comes into the Parliament, in the new Parliament for 2024, it cannot be named a 2023 bill, because 2023 bills, they are lapsed. They are now no good. So I have to wonder whether the budget is actually a law, whether it's legal, because the 2023 Parliament has been prorogued, and the bill that was debated on December 15th and 19th cannot be a 2023 bill. So that's my first observation. The second observation, Madam Speaker, is Parliament is a house of laws. It is where we make the laws for all the people. Now, if we are making laws for all the people, don't you think that we are bounded by the laws of Parliament? Yes. As members of Parliament, we are first to show our allegiance to the laws of Parliament. Now, the law of Parliament is that under, I think it's rule, one of the rules says that when you're doing an appropriations bill, there must be 4 clear days after the bill is moved before you're called upon debate. The rule is 4 clear days. So if the budget presentation was made on the 15th, which is a Friday, 4 clear days mean Monday, clear day, Tuesday, clear day, Wednesday, a clear day, Thursday a clear day, you cannot be called to debate it until Friday. And that is the rule. Now, if that is the rule, it is the rule. And so if that is the rule, how are you going to ask me to come on Monday to debate it when that is the rule for 4 clear days? So there is an exception to the standing order that says that the House may suspend a standing order. Now, for this Parliament, for the entire year of 2023, all the bills are suspension of standing order, which means the exception is now the rule, and the rules are exceptions. Now, how can that be when we are the lawmakers? If we are the lawmakers and we make law, and those law becomes the exception, and the exception become the rule, then we are rogue lawmakers. And that ought not to be. That's my second observation. My third observation is that there is, on the order paper, a bunch of acts. And I have my order paper. I will check it out. There is a multiple of acts, of bills, that got a first reading. One of them is called the Antigua and Barbuda Sales Tax Amendment Bill 2023. That was given a first reading. Antigua and Barbuda Sales Tax, Transitional Provisions and Consequential Amendments, Amendment Act 2023 was given a first reading. Another one called Tax Administration and Procedure Amendment Bill was given a first reading. Airport Administration Charge Amendment Bill was given a first reading. Now, when it comes to second reading, there is a bill called Revenue Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 2023. And all those I just read is in that bill. So what happens now? The tax increase was never read the first time. Now the procedures of passing a law, it must be read a first time, it must be read a second time, and a third time. So if the 2% increase was never read the first time, it is not a law. And some wise lawyer, smarter than me, is going to prove that that is not a valid law. And that's my second observation. Let me now turn to the budget. Now, we have listened to the presentation made by our Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, and if you are like me, you sit in awe and you wonder, wow, until people are doing so good, I wonder what's wrong with me. Because we hear about growth here, growth there, everything is rosy and dandy. And when I go to my constituency, they're asking me, how is it that there is so much construction job and I can't find one? And so I listened to him cleanly, and I went to check the numbers he spoke to. And let me begin by this way. I went over to Social Security, and I asked them to give me all the employment data from 2013 to 2023. And may I thank the people of Social Security for their cooperation and provide me with this information. It's very valuable. Now, in 2013, this United Progressive Party, this good party, this good government, was in office. Yeah. And in that year, we had 30,761 persons earning below 3,000. 30,761 persons earning below $3,000 in income. And the average of those persons, the average person earned $1,785 a month. So we had 30,761 persons, and the average person earning $1,785. That is 2013. Now we have 30,347 people earning under 3,000. and the average of them is $1,400. Imagine that from 2013 to now, the average salary of the poorest of us, the most vulnerable, went down, and prices for everything went up. Now, this brings me to a point I have to make, because in 2014, the government changed, and the Antigua-Barbuda Labour Party took office. Well, in 2015, they went to the United Nations. And in the United Nations, all the countries get together and they pass something called Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals. And those goals are that within 15 years, all of the countries agree that the number one goal of their government is to end poverty. Antigua and Barbuda sign on. That's very good. The number one goal is to end poverty. And the number two is just like it, to end hunger. Now, question. If when you took the government, the poorest people earn $1,785 per month, and now they earn $1,400, are you working to end poverty? Are you working to end hunger? So then I said, no, well, let's go to this budget of 2024. And I looked for it. I got my magnifying glass because I couldn't find no program, nothing that tended to show that any interest was taken to end poverty or to end hunger. And I say to you, for that, I cannot support the budget. Now, here what happened on the other side of the scale. In 2013, the number of persons earning over $25,000 per month, 165 persons in Antigua and Barbuda. And the average of that group earned $38,012. 165 persons, and the average $38,012. Now, in 2018, when the year began, 165 persons rose to 233 persons, earning over $25,000 per month. And the average salary, $84,000 per month. So it moved from $38,000 average to $84,000 average. And so when you hear about growth, that is growth. So there is growth in the economy, but it's not to the people of St. Philip South that I represent. It's not to the people, the regular people, the masses of the people, those that carry the weight of the country on their shoulder. It is not for them. So the growth that takes place are those that makes over $200,000 per month, because let me explain this to you. If the beginning of the scale is 25,000 and the average is 84,000, then the other end must be very weighty to remove those who just turned over 25,000 sitting on that low end. To get the fulcrum in the middle at 84,000, the upper end of it must be over 200,000. Because it cannot be any other way. So therefore, there are those, some of them I understand cannot even spell their name, that makes 200,000 per month. And that's how the growth is created. It is created by those who collect so much money that it matters not what happened to the masses of the people. Their weight is so much that it's going to tip the growth scale upwards. Are you getting me? Yes. And so this is what is happening. And this is what this organization, the United Progressive Party, a people first organization, we want to reverse and flip that on its head. We want to create policies to put in place to bring those 30,000 people back up to where we left them in 2013 and take away from those who have put the growth rate so much that it creates an extraordinary burden on the average. Yes. Are you following? Yes. And so it is. We find also from the speech of our Minister of Finance that construction has grown. I tell you what else they told me at Social Security. In 2013, they had 7,898 persons employed by the central government, 3,714 in statutory corporations, 1,662 self-employed, and 25,459 in the private sector. 2023 figures, in the private sector, 25,701. Now, remember, 2013, 25,459. 10 years, it only increased by 200. So where is this full employment? Where is this talk that we have to go bring in labor? We're going to have to... It's only 200 growth from 2013 to 2023. And we know there is 1,500, 2,000 children coming out of school every year. So you know where they are? They are unemployed. So this growth, it's a fantasy. It is not true. It is a lie. Self-employed persons, 1,662 in 2013. 2023, 1,838. When you cannot find jobs, that's how you become self-employed. So that's also is telling me that the growth in self-employment comes from the lack of work available in the community. The government work now, the government workers, central government, moved from 7,898 in 2013 to 10,552 in 2023. Carry on. Number of employers. In 2013, 3,047 employers. In 2023, 2,454. Big up, Mr. Former Minister of Finance. $3,000 employers in 2013, 2,454 in 2023. Number of people paying contributions to Social Security. Yeah, I already gave you those numbers. Population growth. 2013, 88,000 persons were estimated to be in Antigua and Barbuda. In 2023, 102,000. We need a census. In this budget, there is some information that they are going to allocate funds for a census. But when you look back through the budget, every time they say they're going to allocate money for something, when you come to the actual at the end of the year, $0. That's the thing has been going on. The income band that I just explained with respect to the reduction in the average wage of the low class, it's a serious problem for our people. It is such a serious problem that the sustainable development goals can never be met can never be reached if our people, the lowest and the most vulnerable, cannot escape, cannot untangle themselves from the web that catch them up and keep them in poverty. What the government needs to do is create plans and programs and policies, specially design them to lift the people out of poverty, to lift them out of hunger, so that we can all enjoy and have a good life in Antigua and Barbuda. Another of the Sustainable Development Goal that they decided upon in 2015 is that all households have clean running water. Imagine, that's one of the sustainable goals. Now let me ask you, as we, Antigua and Barbuda, have we been doing anything to achieve that development sustainable goal? No. To have sanitation, adequate sanitation? No. Proper education? No. And I'm saying to you, the time has come for the people to understand that if they want to have these goals, if they want to have these things, it is time for a change in the leaders of the government and bring us back to 2013 where we're on our way to these development goals. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, my honorable member. And thank you for keeping well within your time, sir. I recognize the honorable member for St. George.
Madam Speaker, and for the benefit of those on social media who are not seeing this properly, I am not wearing a red suit. I've received a few texts for that. It is not red. Okay? Never red. Red, dead. Madam Speaker, start my time yet.
It started.
Good evening. When I stood in Parliament to debate the 2023 budget, I was hopefully optimistic. You see, given the fact that the new Minister of Agriculture is a farm owner and claimed that he grew up in farming, I assumed that, like myself, he wanted to see the best for agriculture in Antigua. I assumed that he wanted to see the agriculture sector progress. I thought that he wanted to see the sector play a meaningful role in establishing our food security and even our food sovereignty, Madam Speaker. That he wanted to see an enabling environment being created for the people who work so hard under such unpredictable climatic conditions. Unfortunately, almost a year later, and all my hopes have been dashed. Last debate, I did the unusual, Madam Speaker. Unusual by presenting before the minister that I was shadowing. It's unusual because I firmly believe that those on the government side should present first. They should report on their stewardship. They should talk about what is going on in their respective ministries. And we on this side would respond. So what my advisors and I did is that we try to provide guidelines. We try to steer the ship in the right direction. And I think we did a good job, so much so that the minister went back to PAC and got the technicians to counter my entire presentation. So his presentation was about my presentation, completely forgetting that he was the minister, not me. Today, I can say boldly and without hesitation that this government has failed the people of Antigua and Barbuda, and failed them miserably. So it didn't matter whether I presented first, second, or last, because they could do nothing but come and present a set of lies and misfigures. And those are my words, Madam Speaker, misfigures. Don't change them. And to add insult to injury, they are burdening the people of Antigua and Barbuda with a set of unnecessary taxes, taking back the little increase that they promised the public sector before the people could see 1 red cent. The minister cannot point to one single improvement in agriculture. Not one. Well, with the exception of a farm to the west of Russ Freeman, we could call the Green Farm for today's purpose, and a farm in Pierce Village that we refer to as the Brown Farm. Outside of those 2 farms, Madam Speaker, they can point to no success in agriculture. As soon as the ministers finished giving his budget presentation, he jumped on a plane and he took off, because that's what they do best, competing to see who is the best fly minister, racking up frequent flyer miles. He said in his budget presentation, the Minister of Agriculture, that, quote, agriculture needs boots on the ground, end of quote. Those were the very words that Minister Green said. Madam Speaker, the stories coming out of agriculture from the technicians, horror stories. Horror stories. Is only the fate of God why we haven't had fatalities up here. Horror stories. The working conditions are so terrible. The ministry headquarters need to be abandoned. So much so that they have now taken it and putting it into our hospital on Nugent Avenue. I guess that is them acknowledging that agriculture is sick. Can you imagine? And we're going to get to the Nugent Avenue Hospital in just a bit. The minister and the government showed no concern about the well-being of the sector, nor the employees who continue to toil in substandard conditions, Madam Speaker. They have the gall to talk about civil servants' performance. The entire sector has gone in reverse. Next door to that infamous bridge round south, we once had a thriving pineapple field where we grew our pride and joy. Sweetest pineapple, the Antigua Black. Those of you who have been round south recently know that it is now a paddock, a grazing field for cattle. Madam Speaker, I want the minister to tell the nation what decision was made with the pineapple estate. I want the minister to tell the nation, tell the parliament, what plans or who did you plan to give the lease for the Cades Bay pineapple estate, the pineapple field in Cades Bay? I want the minister to tell parliament who holds the document for the research center at Cedar Valley. Who have you and your government given away our agricultural research station to? And when you don't answer those questions honestly, for goodness sake, just resign. Just resign. The plant protection unit, Madam Speaker, was removed from out Cedar Valley and moved to a rented building at the top of Corn Alley. Up to today, the employees of that arm of agriculture go home half day every day. And it's not because they're lazy, eh? It's not because they want to. It's because of the conditions that they're forced to work in. The productivity in the public sector is at an all-time low because of poor working conditions. The poor state of the government buildings, the clinics, police station, ministry buildings, our lone hospital, the operating theaters, and I could go on and on. Low productivity due to poor working conditions, unhealthy working conditions, especially toilet facilities because there's no water. Our agriculture sector has suffered tremendous losses, Madam Speaker, from the effect of climate change. The heat wave wreaked havoc on the farming industry. Vegetables weren't producing like they were producing before. Plant can't hold flowers. No flowers. There you go. Poultry egg production dropped due to the savage heat. Agricultural workers were suffering under the heat and drought conditions. The heat affected even the fishing industry as well. Now, the government travel every minute. They go on this conference, that conference, to talk about climate change this, climate change that. What have they come back to Antigua and implemented? What have they said to the agricultural workers here in Antigua and Barbuda? So what's the point of them traveling? Apart from per diem and frequent flyer miles. We hear nothing from the minister nor the government. Nothing. After the heat wave, Madam Speaker, we've had flooding and storm. Still no word from the ministry and the Minister of Agriculture. Too busy on plane. I called today to see where they say on plane. The giveaway kickback government that we have, they've already given away half of Diamond Estate. Those of you who know anything about farming in Antigua know that Diamond Estate is our main agricultural sector. Your main station, Diamond, and they've given away half of it. To who is the question? Mr. Minister, the people want to know who was the land given to. Our farming community is faced with deplorable and in many cases impassable roads. In fact, the only infrastructure, only farm that have proper road is the one I mentioned, the two I mentioned earlier, the brown farm and the green farm. I guess maybe Diane Black should get a farm too, and you never know. See, Madam Speaker, while I thought the minister from Barbuda was bad in agriculture, and then the one up by me in St. George was worse. And then the lady who followed him, I won't even mention it. It appears to me as though this present Minister of Agriculture is looking for the trophy of the worserest Minister of Agriculture in the history of Antigua and Barbuda. In the regurgitated budget, the minister again spoke about road construction. He mentioned that in the 2023 budget presentation. Road construction. Let me read what he says. He mentioned water and that the farmers would be receiving water on their farms at a 50% subsidized rate. Madam Speaker asked him which farmer. Which? Because I speak to farmers daily. They don't know anything of it. It said in the budget speech again, Madam Speaker, that the average output for agriculture skyrocketed to over 40% increase, taking it to 94.8 million. And the projection for 2024 is $110 million. Sounds good, Madam Speaker. Mr. Minister, my question to you is, where did you get those figures? With the adverse weather conditions that we had and the lack of support from the minister and the government, please tell us here in Antigua and Barbuda, how is that possible? I refer to the budget book, the business plan. These aren't my words. These are the words of the government, Madam Speaker. It says, exogenous factors such as climate conditions, pests and disease outbreaks, etc., has resulted in less than optimal production. Let me repeat this so you hear me again. It says in the government's business plan on the agriculture that exogenous factors such as climatic conditions, pests and diseases, etc., has resulted in less than optimal production. Then explain to me where we're getting this increase of $110 million from. Something to add up, the math not mathing. Madam Speaker, the minister also said in his 2023 budget presentation that the government already made a deposit on the chicken abattoir. The government has made a deposit on the chicken abattoir. Then they had a drum beat. They beat the chest, they beat the desk. My question, Madam Speaker, where am they? It's been a year. Where is that chicken abattoir that they supposedly made this deposit in? We are calling on them to make account to the people for that money and the abattoir. And if you think robbery facing the business community, such as gas stations and so bad, Madam Speaker, you're going to ask the farmers, ask the vegetable farmers, ask the small stock cattle farmers and poultry farmers about predial larceny. The news will rock you. The news will shock you. And we are hearing nothing again from the Minister of Agriculture, who only shows up at budget time. That's the only time he remembers that he's a Minister of Agriculture. The rest times, he's too busy being Minister of Foreign Affairs because that's white collar. You know, agriculture is dirt on their fingernails. You see? Even down to the Seventh-day Adventist school, the poultry farm was raided. The teachers are crying. Even in the schools, it's that bad. See? I want to move on to another matter quickly, Madam Speaker, because I think I've said enough for the minister, if he cares about this country, if he's patriotic, to just resign. Call it a day. Call it a day. But we are at a precarious position right now in this country. The question is, how did we get here? How did we get here? A Daily Observer article, Madam Speaker, on the 30th of January 2019, pointed to the previous Minister of Education falling on his sword and apologizing to the Prime Minister. Notice who he apologized to. Not the taxpayers who were burdened with their nonsense. Not the children of Antigua and Barbuda, but to the Prime Minister for a debacle we call the e-book scandal. Madam Speaker, that cost the nation upwards of $80 million. $80 million that ended up in the garbage bin down Cooks. The minister said he was taking full responsibility for the breaches, but there was no action taken against the minister for costing the taxpayers of this country $80+ million. And the question is asked, why was there no action taken against him? He already took culpability. But the answer is simple. Sungu no better than Lungu. $80 million, Madam Speaker. You know how much toilet paper that could buy for Mount St. John? You know how much bandage, how much paracetamol, how much sterile gauze that could buy? The clinics in Pickett's is in desperate need of a sterilizer. Desperate need. If they have anything to sterilize, they have to call a driver. Drive down to Mount St. John, have it sterilized, wait to bring it back up there while patients are there waiting to be... Yes, it's a fact. If we had 1 million of that 80 million, Madam Speaker, the 3 clinics in my constituency would be better off. Just 1. I'm sure other members would like 1 out of 80 million as well. In 2023, March 14th, Madam Speaker, we walked into Parliament unaware of a scheme to use Parliament to take away people's something, to seize a luxury yacht. You're wondering how we get where we are. I'm telling you. You all know what transpired. You were there. With this harebrained scheme that has cost the taxpayers of this country some serious money. Some news outlet estimates that we are spending upwards of $200,000 a week. $200,000 a week because of your avariciousness. Madam Speaker, given that we've had 44 weeks since then to now, my rough math put that at $8.8 million. Had we left the people thing where it is, that $8.8 million could help to fix that sewer eye on Factory Road that the Minister of Public Works said in her 2023 budget presentation they were going to look at. Well, they obviously just looked, but they didn't do anything. They haven't done anything. $8.8 million, Madam Speaker. We could do with some of that in our constituencies. Yeah? The government, again, Madam Speaker, has spent over $22 million. Listen me carefully. To retrofit the NTTC building in Nugent Avenue. Over $22 million taxpayers' dollars to retrofit that building in NTTC. Madam Speaker, you could have built that building twice with that money. You could have built that building twice with that money. But we spent $22 million to retrofit it into a hospital. Up to now, not one patient, not one has ever checked in India. Not one. And so what have they done now, Madam Speaker? They spend another set of millions again to re-retrofit the retrofitted building into no office space. And now they don't spend that money to re-retrofit the retrofitted building. You hear they can't use it because you have in mole. Nobody checked it before, Madam Speaker. So all that extra taxpayers' money just gone in smoke. No accountability, but you're taxing the living daylights out of poor people. Madam Speaker, I heard in the warm-up when I was on my way down here, I heard the senator saying that the Minister of Health will go down as the worst Minister of Health in Antigua's history. I echo that sentiment. But then me also tell you who he fought Mickey Day. I agree with him. Malwin Joseph micromanages everything in the Ministry of Health. So everything that goes wrong there falls squarely on his lap. Under his watch, Madam Speaker, the morale of the staff at the hospital is at an all-time low. Poor treatment of physicians, nurses, ancillary health staff. Salaries that leaves a lot to be desired. No resource of professional development. No real standards of care. And the minister cannot extricate himself, Madam Speaker, because he micromanage everything. You don't say howdy unless he get permission. Since October of last year, I see you checking the time, Madam Speaker, speak faster. All 4 operating theaters are closed due to poor maintenance. Good Lord. We have 1 hospital, Madam Speaker. And under this government that boasts that we're economic powerhouse, 1 hospital. And Malwin Joseph cannot maintain the 1 hospital. All 4 operating theaters locked down. Sir Malwin, I apologize, Mr. Senator.
Honorable member, you have 5 minutes left.
Make it talk faster. The entire hospital, Madam Speaker, and I know your husband must be rolling his grave because he's a great surgeon. He did great work up there. I'm begging for 2 more minutes here. Buttering her up. The entire hospital, Madam Speaker, is without AC in the temperate country that we live in. Thank God it's January and it's so hot. Without AC. Where is Malwin Joseph? In Abu Dhabi? In Dubai? Oh, okay. You see, Madam Speaker, because they don't have the challenge that a lot of us have to have to go up there and sit down up there for wherever to get treatment. Because if they have pus, they have gas, they can call here ambulance. They can jump on plane and go to the best hospitals because they have the best of everything and the best insurance. Well, the average man on the street here don't have that. We have the Mount St. John Medical Center. Fix it up for the people of this country. Major shortage, Madam Speaker, recently of chemotherapy drugs, extending the timeline for other stages of cancer care to begin with. My constituents of New Winthrops, Madam Speaker, they heard by the wayside, a hustling, that due to lack of space, quote, due to lack of space at the public cemetery, the government has decided that all funerals will be directed to Lambert Cemetery in New Winthrops and Grand Cemetery in Willikes. They heard that by the wayside. This cemetery in Lambert is a private cemetery. It was given to the community of New Winthrops by the Shoals, thank God for them. But it don't belongs to the government. But rather than have consultation with the people in the community and the community group, they see it like a WhatsApp. They didn't see funeral passing them yesterday. People being buried. Madam Speaker, this will not be allowed to continue. It will not be allowed to continue. If Senator Brown sits back and allow them to do what they like in Willikes, that's him, but it won't happen in St. George. What happened to the monies that we got from CIP for the new cemetery on the Malwin Joseph again? Since 2019, we saw copies of a check. How much $1 million from CIP? Yet, we have no public cemetery, so much so, they have to be trying now to take up people's private cemetery. Madam Speaker, I see you watching your watch, so with those few words, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I recognize, quiet please. I recognize the honorable member from St. John's Rural West.
Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the debate on the Appropriation Bill 2024. I recognize the gallery and those who are viewing our People's Parliament. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance delivered the budget speech entitled Securing Our Future Through Enhanced Fiscal Responsibility. On the contrary, Madam Speaker, this administration has demonstrated unprecedented fiscal irresponsibility. The ABLP government has failed at its management of the people's tax dollars. The ABLP government has failed the people of Antigua and Barbuda. There is widespread hardship and suffering facing the people. A question to the member for City West and his government. Whose future are you securing? Certainly not the citizens of Antigua and Barbuda. Whose future are you securing when you tax the citizens and residents out of existence? Whose future are you securing when you squeeze every dollar out of the pockets of the vulnerable in our society? Madam President, Madam Speaker, remnants of the Senate, Madam Speaker, the Finance Minister spoke glowingly of economic growth in Antigua and Barbuda and the optimistic projection for 2024. But those are just figures, figures that mean very little to suffering pensioners, figures that mean very little to the poor and vulnerable who are living hand to mouth. I refer to the budget. In the budget statement, page 3, the 9th paragraph, it states, in part, the result was growth of 8.2% in 2021, 9.5% in 2022, and a spectacular growth of 8.1% in 2023, unmatched by any country except Guyana in its recent exploitation of oil and gas. Madam Speaker, my constituents, those in St. John's Rural West, and by extension the people of Antigua and Barbuda, are asking, where is this growth? They're not feeling it in their pockets. They're saying that life is becoming progressively worse under this administration. The people are asking for relief, not more taxes. The Minister of Finance must know that economic growth is not the only indicator of the state of the economy and the welfare of the people. There are some other economic factors that must be considered. The cost of living, unemployment, inequality in income and wealth distribution, demand on the social services to include social development, education, and health. Prime Minister Gaston Brown promised to close the gap of wealth inequality in Antigua and Barbuda. Instead, Madam Speaker, the rich has gotten richer and the poor poorer. I was shocked when the Prime Minister stated that giving duty-free concessions on motor vehicles will help to close the wealth gap. What utter rubbish. A motor vehicle is a high-maintenance, depreciating asset. No significant or long-term equity can be derived by that. Subsidized housing, yes, but subsidized housing for the vulnerable. These are the real issues that must be addressed in order to make the lives of Antiguans and Barbudans better. Let's consider St. Kitts and Nevis. St. Kitts and Nevis projected growth for 2023 stands at 3.9%, less than half of that projected for Antigua and Barbuda. Yet, they were able to do much for their people by spending twice as much per capita on the people over there in St. Kitts and Nevis. What is wrong here in Antigua and Barbuda? Last Christmas, St. Kitts and Nevis provided a plethora of incentives to its people, and I list some of them. CIP dividends to the people. Listen carefully. Bonus salary to government workers and pensioners. EC $500 bonus to all non-civil servants. EC $1,000 financial education and saving program for 5 to 18-year-olds. 40% increase in funeral grant from $2,500 to $3,500. 8% salary increase to civil servants and pensioners. Minimum wage increase from $9 per hour to $10.75 per hour. What is happening in Antigua and Barbuda? Why is this administration treating us like that? Amidst all of this, the Prime Minister continued with his glowing assessment of the nation's economy, indicating that we are the best in almost everything, best in the OECS, best in the Caribbean, best in the world. Prime Minister Gaston Brown is living in La La Land. In the budget statement, page 7, paragraphs 6 and 10, it states, referring to the money circulation, the monetary aggregates as of September 2023 stands robust at $4.3 billion, a significant increase that he's boasting about. And he continues to note the construction activity encompassing renovations, construction, land development, and residential mortgages, which saw a remarkable spike of nearly 19%. Yet, he has seen it fit to increase taxes on the backs of the poor and the vulnerable. He continues in his budget on page 10, paragraph 10. Preliminary data anticipates a primary deficit of $27.3 million, a significant improvement from the $79.7 million deficit in 2022. Yet, he has seen it fit to increase taxes on the backs of the poor and the vulnerable. He continues on page 11, paragraphs 1 and 2. Import duties are expected to generate $126.1 million, a 15% boost over 2022. He continues, revenue from Antigua and Barbuda sales tax is projected to climb to $335.6 million in 2023. The point I'm making here is that he's painting a glowing picture of the economy of Antigua and Barbuda. Yet, on the other hand, he's saying, tax them out of existence. Something is wrong. All these outstanding revenue performances, yet taxes are increased on the backs of the people. Taxes are inevitable. We have a duty to pay our taxes once they are fair, and our taxes are being used to enhance the lives of the people. When an administration promises no taxes, less taxes, the people expect less taxes. Lest we forget, it is the ABLB administration that introduced a long list of increased taxes, levies, and fees on the people of Antigua and Barbuda. And I'll just list a few in the interest of time. The UBT, 50% increase in the environmental levy, increase in social security, tourism guest levy, entertainment tax, increase in immigration processing fees, 1,000% increase in the fee for work permit form, doubling all work permit fees, doubling of fees for time extension, increase in police service fees, and the 10% windfall tax on banks, insurance companies, telecoms companies, and petroleum companies. All these on the backs of the people of Antigua and Barbuda, and he's coming with more. We're saying that cannot be right. Let's fast forward to present. Despite the Customs Department record-breaking revenue collections of $403 million for the year 2023, despite reported economic growth, significant growth, this administration has imposed a plethora of draconian fiscal measures to include increased taxes on the backs of the people of Antigua and Barbuda. This is unconscionable and will bring untold hardship on the people. In his budget statement, he outlined the different taxes, reducing tax concessions granted, especially discretionary exemptions. This is a recurring theme in the budget. And he said that they granted $300 million in tax waivers, 60% of that in discretionary waivers. Now, we're saying, if you cut that out, you get $175 million. $175 million. That far exceeds the $50 million that he's looking for. Far exceeds that. So something is wrong. We're not getting the whole truth. This points to a greater need than just to fund the 9% increase in wages and salaries for public servants. There is something else that is happening here. For the record, we support increase in wages and salaries for hard-working public servants. Yes. The fact is, the government must be far more bankrupt than any of us could imagine based on what is happening. And we remember the cabinet decision of Wednesday, 13th December 2023, where they're saying they're taking 50%, at minimum 50% of the profits and surpluses of all the statutory bodies and government-run corporations or companies. And just when we took on the Prime Minister, he came back and he said, Social Security and medical benefits are not included. Well, we need to see the revised cabinet decision. We're still not going to get away with that because the statutory bodies have a responsibility by law to fulfill their mandate to the people of Antigua and Barbuda. The government must be held accountable to the people for the management of the duties and taxes. He continues about implementing a 10% excise tax on alcohol, tobacco, cannabis, and cannabis products. According to reports, clarity is yet to come on just how this excise tax will be implemented. Watch this space. He continues, increasing the money transfer levy from 2% to 5%. This went under the radar for lots of people. So when you go to send money anywhere to receive, it's moving from 2 to 5%, 150% increase on the backs of the poor and the vulnerable. And this is just the first step because the intention is to get it to 10%. Wickedness of the highest order. He goes on to talk about the broadening of the ABSC tax base by enhancing the list of services that will attract ABST. He goes on to talk about increasing the ABST rate from 15% to 17% and applying this rate to the tourism sector, which currently attracts 14%. So the government has increased the ABST from 15% to 17% without giving account to the people of Antigua and Barbuda as to how they have spent the people's tax dollars. We in the opposition demand accountability. The people of Antigua and Barbuda must join us in demanding accountability and transparency from the government. There is no justifiable reason. No justifiable reasons have been presented to the people to warrant increase in taxes. None. With over $500 million spent in national housing without accountability, with high economic growth and record revenue collections, how can this administration justify increases in taxes? The rising cost of living will result in more persons being afflicted with the NCDs, as most persons cannot afford to eat healthily. With the health sector in severe crisis, the worst is yet to come. Due to the shortage of staff, the lack of supplies, and malfunctioning equipment, people are left to die unattended. May the Lord have mercy on us here in Antigua and Barbuda. And let us not forget the increase in the airport administration charge. And folks who are now traveling to Barbuda, a domestic trip, those who are international passengers, they're going to have to fork out a US $100 both ways. And regional passengers, US $50 both ways. And let us not forget the increase in the Social Security rate. This added burden on the employer and the employee. Struggling businesses in St. John's Wood West and elsewhere are going to be forced to streamline the operations in order to survive. Employees are going to have less disposable income in an already struggling economy. These draconian fiscal measures do nothing to narrow the unbearable income inequality and biased wealth distribution gap in Antigua and Barbuda. They do nothing to end poverty. They do nothing to end hunger, as I heard my colleague, the member for St. Philip South, talking about the document that they signed. Nothing to end poverty, nothing to end hunger. We have solutions. We come with solutions. And one solution to help the economy, the government should reduce the corporate income tax to the globally recommended 15% to to encourage the establishment of more businesses. More revenues will come in from this as we make it easier to do business here in Antigua and Barbuda. As more businesses open, more persons will be employed. Another solution, support local production and manufacturing by charging no ABST on all processed and unprocessed local produce and products, and zero rating ABST on imports of capital goods, equipment, etc., used in local production and manufacturing. Solutions. In the budget statement, page 9, the 6th paragraph, it states, given the increase in global prices, our commitment to the welfare of vulnerable individuals and households was evident through the delivery of social programs by the PDVCAB, Antigua, and the Social Protection Board. We have a solution. Use the minimum wage earning as the threshold for the People's Benefit Program. That is approximately $1,500 per month, instead of the current threshold of $800 per month. Totally ridiculous. $800. And it has to be the entire household earning $800 or less for you to benefit from that. That's ridiculous. That's not helping the poor and the vulnerable. My colleague from St. Philip's, member for St. Philip's South, spoke about the unemployment rate, and he was boasting but not giving us the true story, the Prime Minister. Not giving us the true story, not giving us the figures. And I commend you, member for St. Philip's South, for doing the research that they didn't want us to do, because you know what we're coming with. So, what do we do with the hundreds of unemployed persons out there hunting for jobs every day? As opposition MPs, we are aware, because they come to us. We do the best that we can, but we're not in government. People are suffering. They inundate the Labor Department every day with requests for jobs, and something must be done about this. There are some other budgetary considerations before I get into education. Watching my time. Appendix 2, page 46 of the budget statement, lists projected revenues and grants at $1.22 billion. A whopping 62.3% of that, that's $756.7 million, will cover salaries, wages, pensions, and gratuities. Approximately 57.7%, yes, $701.5 million will cover debt servicing, interest and principal repayments. It means that just to pay salaries, wages, pensions, and gratuities, and to cover debt servicing, you're already in the red. A deficit of $242.8 million. That's approximately 20%. And you have to borrow to cover these expenditure items. And there is more borrowing to be incurred to cover infrastructure work, social development, healthcare, and education, etc. This government is bankrupt. Madam Speaker, in the remaining time that I have, I move to education. When we look at the budgetary allocation for education, and this reference is Appendix 1, page 45 of the budget statement, and page 224 of the business plan, we did the research. $184.2 million have been allocated to education and sports for recurrent expenditure. And my colleague, member for St. Mary's South, he'll be dealing with the issue, that part of the ministry, sports and the creative industries. So $184.2 million have been allocated. An increase of $14.8 million when compared with the 2023 budget. And people get excited. They say that the Ministry of Education and Sports, you get the largest chunk of the budget and you get a significant increase. But you have to look behind the figures. You have to do the analysis to understand what is going on here. So let's look at a little breakdown. Salaries and wages, $133.7 million, an increase of 10.2%. And transfers of $27.1 million account for $160.8 million, or a whopping 87.3% of the budgetary allocation for education and sports for recurrent expenditure. So you know what that means? A measly amount of $23.4 million is left to do everything else in terms of the current expenditure in education and sport. Impossible. And so a lot of the burden is placed on the Board of Education. And the Board of Education carries some of the financial responsibilities, of course, but it too complains in its business plan, page 431, that, and I quote, the collection of remittances from central government, listen carefully, the collection of remittances from central government and other state-owned enterprises remains a major challenge for the Board of Education. As such, the board must ensure that it exercises much prudence in carrying out its mandate as stipulated by law. We're going to have to invest more in education if we are to experience better results, particularly at the secondary school level. We have to take education seriously. And we must remember that education is a major key in the development of any nation. We must get it right. We must remember that the pathway to tertiary education is a sound secondary education. So the inadequacies of the secondary education system will prevent many students from accessing tertiary education. The common theme, very few of our students pass 5 or more subjects, including mathematics and English, basic college entry requirement. That is the reality, and we need to fix it. We need to come together and fix it. As it stands, our children are not getting the best opportunity to perform. And this is borne out in the CSEC results. For 2021, nationally, a mere 21% of our students passed 5 or more subjects to include mathematics and English. There was a further decline in 2022 to 19%, and a small increase in 2023 to 22%. But it remains that approximately 8 out of every 10 students do not qualify for direct university matriculation. So we have to look at this and we have to do something about it. So here is a solution. Rather than kicking the proverbial can down the road, hoping for it to resolve itself, it is time for meaningful solution. It's time for meaningful dialogue. And so we have to engage CXC and have a regional conversation on the way forward, read the perennial problem with mathematics. Yes. There is also the need to institute remedial programs in mathematics and English, and institute an ongoing mathematics boot camp. Yes. It's not rocket science. We just have to have that will to do what it takes to make sure that our students get the best opportunity to perform. And this boot camp must be intensified at the 4th and 5th form levels. In the budget statement, page 19, 3rd paragraph, it states, other major public sector programs in 2024 will focus on expansion of educational facilities. I come to my dear alma mater, the Otters Comprehensive School, that has been wantonly neglected over all these years. And the neglect will continue once again, because when you check the budget estimates, I found that only the design fees are budgeted for. Design fees, no expansion, no upgrade, design fees. So when they come and tell us that they're going to be upgrading the school, that's why they don't want to have no debate. That's why they don't want to give us any time to do any research, because we're going to find these things. And the truth must be told. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the Otters Comprehensive School, and the lip service must stop. I remember the budget in March. I called on my colleagues, those that Otters Comprehensive serve, City South, Rural South, St. Mary's North, for coming together to look at how we can help to advance that school. Nothing. Where is that will to ensure that our young people are well educated? And we, particularly our boys, we need to get off the street and to deal with the crime issue. There's a way out, but we have to have the will to do that. We expect excellence from our students and teachers, but we give them a subpar environment in which to function. We can and must do better. Yes.
Honorable Member, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I come to school meals. Pages 302 and 303 of the budget estimates show that the budgeted amount for the school meals program has increased by 7%. And it sounds exciting to some of us, there's an increase. However, this increase is mainly allocated to wage, salaries, and other staff-related expenses. Even in the face of rising prices, the allocation for food, water, and refreshments remains static, no change. So any hope of an improved school meals program is dashed. Dashed. I come now, Madam Speaker, a little bit about the UE expansion. Budget statement, page 19, last paragraph, and page 20, first paragraph, it states, the US 80 million UWI Five Islands campus expansion project funded through a loan from the Saudi Fund for Development is another major development in education and for Antigua and Barbuda in general. This project involves construction of dormitories, lecture theaters, sporting and administrative facilities, and a new Five Islands primary school. It was reiterated, Madam Speaker, at the second consultation held in late 2023, that we are indeed in rural West getting a preschool, a relocated primary school, and a secondary school, along with the expansion of UWI. We believe, and we're holding their feet to the fire. It might take the United Progressive Party for that to happen, but we believe. We look forward to the planned expansion, and I continue to encourage my constituents to position themselves to exploit the opportunities to be derived from this project. Yes, we had our misgivings about the excellent facility that was built on the United Progressive Party by the Honorable Baldwin Spencer and his team. Wonderful facility. But we move on, and there are opportunities to be exploited, and I encourage my constituents to exploit those opportunities. However, there's something that I wish to highlight. The fact that the Five Islands Primary School will be located closer to the Cook's landfill, and that is cause for concern. That will be discussed in the media as I continue to make my media rounds. Cause for concern. Madam Speaker.
Quiet, please.
Some suggestions for education. We are suggesting that we expand, that's the government, the breakfast program to schools in vulnerable communities. You have to live in these communities to understand what is going on. The suffering is real. Return the school meals program to its former glory. Pay the teachers who were sent home their salaries for September and October of 2021. Teachers work hard. Invest more in extracurricular activities such as sports, arts, and music. Social intervention and counseling for students who are using marijuana or exhibit less than desirable behavior. Increase the number of uniforms provided on the school uniform program. Introduce a new discipline called civics to teach, among other things, the rights and obligations of the Constitution of Antigua and Barbuda. We can do this. People of Antigua and Barbuda, we have it in us to do this. Let's do this. In closing, Madam Speaker, let me say that we indeed need to secure our future through enhanced fiscal responsibility. In this regard, the Antigua-Barbuda Labour Party administration must lead by example. Tell the people how our tax dollars are being spent. Accountability and transparency must be vividly evident in the way you run government. Central government must be fiscally responsible and accountable. Only then, we the people would entertain a discussion on an increase in taxes. I wish my constituents, and by extension the people of Antigua and Barbuda, a productive 2024. A word of advice, spend wisely. Thank you, Madam Speaker, if it pleases you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognize the member, the Honourable Member for All Saints West.
Madam Speaker, I rise to respond to this year's budget presented to us by the member of City West, the Honorable Prime Minister, who is also the Finance Minister. But before I get to that, Madam Speaker, I would like to say good night and thank you to you for the capacity that you're serving here tonight. I want to say thank you as well to my political brothers, my political colleagues, senators, the MPs, who, without them, this event wouldn't have been possible. I would also like to say thank you to my political party, the general membership, our central executive, the leadership of our party, because again, without them, this event would not have been possible. A special good night to members here in attendance, a special good night to persons viewing us online. And I also have to say a very special good night to my significant people from All Saints West. Madam Speaker, I want to say that I empathize with the civil servants who would have had to put this atrocious document together, and that I mean the budget. I want to say to them that I understand, because when a government gives you nothing to work with, you will produce nothingness. And the criticism leveled at this budget is not at the feet of the public servants, but we're laying the blame squarely at the feet of the Prime Minister and his administration. I also want to take the time out to empathize with the citizens and residents living in Antigua and Barbuda. And my reason for doing this, Madam Speaker, is because when a government openly promotes a self-enrichment mantra before a people enrichment mantra, you will have a government that would lose touch with its people. You will have a government that would have lost touch with reality. And in the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party, we have a government that has lost touch with reality and its people. This government continues to brag that we're doing so well in this country. And when you look around and when you go around, you can see that the people of this country, we are having a very difficult time. Things are hard for our people. So again, it is clear that the government has lost touch with reality. The government also continues to make it a habit of passing the burden on to the people. This government doesn't come up with innovative ideas. They don't say, how could we make some more money? How could we increase our revenue? They don't say, how can we cut back on spending? But one thing you can be assured is they will pass the burden on to you. And Madam Speaker, the mantra of self-enrichment, you can see, because what they give to us is survival of the fittest. And let me give you a few examples, Madam Speaker. In 2020, when COVID-19 hit our shores, financially, our people were having a very difficult time. People were having a hard time to put food on their tables, having a hard time to pay their bills, pay their mortgage, their car loans. We were just having a difficult time. The business community, they were having a hard time as well, struggling to keep their doors open, struggling to keep persons employed, struggling to pay their bills. And while every country around us in the Caribbean, in the world, they were giving their people a stimulus to help keep the economy ticking, to help with their people, this government said to us, this uncaring and wicked government said to us, no stimulus for you, nothing for you. Survive how you can, because it's survival of the fittest. When we had the oil crisis, after this government would have made record profits when oil was at its lowest, almost giving it away for free. The government made huge profits off of the backs of our people. And when the price of oil went up, this government said to us, survive how you can. Nothing for you. They passed the burden on to the people. When we saw the rise in food prices, and it's still sky high, in fact, it's higher now than ever before. When members on the opposition, like Brother Jamal Pringle, Brother Trevor, Brother Richard, Brother Bowen, Brothers Algernon Watts, Brother Kelvin Shugi Simon, Brother Harold Lovell, when we were making cries to the people of how we can introduce policies to reduce the cost of living, this government again said what? Nothing for the people. Survive how you can, because they said to us, survival of the fittest. After this government would have collected the most monies in any government in the history of this country, and on top of that, they campaigned saying a lower cost of living. They campaigned to us saying no new taxes, or they will not increase any taxes. And on the back of that, as this government thinks they're having a little shortfall, what do? They pass the burden on to you, the people. They come to take another $50 million out of your pockets. That's what this government did to our people. So I say, condemnation to the government and its self-enrichers. They are to be blamed for the problems that we're facing. And the ultimate blame must lie with the Prime Minister, the Honorable Gaston Brown. Madam Speaker, it is also very shameful that the members on the other side, the members on the side of the government, they never stop to consider the hardship of our people. They were elected by thousands of people, not just their prime minister. They were elected by people, and they just stood by to not consider the hardship of our people. Madam Speaker, again, I say condemnation to the government. It is too much for our people. It is time for them to ease the squeeze, Madam Speaker. And we must ask, why does the government hate the people of this country so? And it is clear to see in their policies that they hate our people, Madam Speaker. We continue to very empathetically say, you cannot give away our taxes and levies to your friends, your families, your cronies, and then tax the living daylight out of our people. It can't continue. They're giving ye the tax free for life, Western Imperial, and then they want to tax the daylight out of our people. It cannot continue, Madam Speaker. You cannot want to come down hard on local businesses, take away all the concessions. You say, you're tightening up on this, you're tightening up on that. You're not paying the local businesses in this country, owing them millions and millions of dollars. Give our local businesses a chance to strive. That is what our country needs, Madam Speaker. And I also want to say, Madam Speaker, where this tax is concerned, there's many things that we would love them to reverse, but I want to ask the government to give some consideration to this. When someone loses a loved one, Madam Speaker, it is one of the hardest times of their life. And not just emotionally, but when you have to bury a loved one, Madam Speaker, it's a very hard thing to do financially as well. And as politicians, they should understand that, because when you lose a loved one, the people would come to politicians for help. You go to other family members for help. Family members sending money from all around the world just to help. And to increase the taxes on funeral expenses, Madam Speaker, without consideration or consultation, Madam Speaker, I am asking the government to reconsider their position where that is concerned. Madam Speaker, I don't know if you are a woman of God, Madam Speaker, but a woman that believes in the Bible, Madam Speaker, but I am a man that I really believe in my Bible, and most of my philosophies in life, it's built from the Bible, Madam Speaker. And I know my time is short, and I have other issues to talk about, so I would like to move on, but I had to share with us a Bible story before I do, because it's plenty prayer is what got me here today. Plenty prayer. I had prayer from my pastors in my communities outside of my constituency, family members, friends, well-wishers. So I really wanted to share this Bible story, Madam Speaker. There's a story in the Bible of King Rehoboam, the son of King Solomon. And the people told him to ease the burden, and they will serve him. He said to them, my father laid on you a heavy yoke, but I will make it heavier. My father scourged you with whips, and I will scourge you with scorpions. You know what happened to that king, Madam Speaker, and his administration? The people stoned them. The people stoned members of his administration to death. He just got away. And I'm not here trying to preach violence, Madam Speaker. But I'm saying to the Prime Minister to take his knees out of the necks of Antiguans and Barbudans. You are scourging our people with scorpions. And the yoke and the burden is too heavy on the people of Antigua and Barbuda. Now, Madam Speaker, I am tasked by my political party, Madam Speaker, to oversee the Ministry of Tourism and Business Development. So I want to spend some time here debunking the lies by this administration when it comes to tourism. Now, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister and his government, they like to brag that this administration is doing so well in tourism. In fact, they like to also brag and say that the Honorable Max Fernandez is the best tourism minister this country has ever seen. You hear a lie, Madam Speaker? No, Madam Speaker, I don't have anything personal against the Honorable Max Fernandez. In fact, when he sees me in Parliament, he likes to jokingly call me Senkits man, because I pulled him up on Senkits in the last budget presentation. But the Honorable Max Fernandez, he holds a very important ministry in this country. And he's underperforming, and we must call him out. Now, Madam, the government announced in 2023, this was their big success story. They said in their budget presentation, especially in cruise tourism, how well they were doing. So the numbers said to us that in 2023, they achieved 680,000 cruise passengers. And they are saying that this is the best thing ever. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to take you back to 2007 and 2008, when indeed we had the best finance minister this country ever seen, in the Honorable Harold Lovell. 15 years ago, Madam Speaker, the best tourism minister this country has ever seen, Madam Speaker. Thank you for that. 15 years ago, the Honorable Harold Lovell, we were upwards of 750,000 already. 15 years ago. So in fact, they took us backwards, Madam Speaker. Backwards. And they want to come and say to us that they have the best tourism minister ever. Lies, Madam Speaker. And if the tourism minister and the prime minister, if they were working in the private sector, they would have been fired. 15 years and no growth. In fact, we're going backwards. And that is what they're telling this nation is good. Madam Speaker, they're also saying to us, they're talking about this 1 million, achieving the 1 million cruise ship passengers this year. Year after year, they say it. In fact, when our neighbor island in St. Kitts hit this mark donkey years ago, Little St. Kitts, donkey years ago, St. Kitts been far ahead of us where cruise tourism is concerned. And I guarantee you that under the United Progressive Party, we would have already achieved this million mark. Because talks of dredging the port started since then. And we must spend some time on talking about this dredging of the port. We must spend some time there. This administration, in fact, I think they're dredging the port since they took office. That small port. Comedy. It's like you're watching cartoon buckets scooping out water. Millions and millions of taxpayers' dollars wasted in dredging the port, Madam Speaker. And I say to you, not the company that is down there trying to do their very best, but someone in government must be investigated when we take office in what is happening down in dredging the port. It must happen, Madam Speaker. They also boasted to us and said 2 years ago now, Global Ports completed the fifth pier. They said to us it's to accommodate the bigger ships, the larger vessels like the Oasis class. But where are these big ships? Nothing for us. But I say to you, our neighbor island St. Kitts getting them. They're getting them. That's why they're outperforming us, Madam Speaker. They say they found a rock. Madam Speaker, they're making jokes with our tourism product. Madam Speaker, look at Heritage Key. Run down. Bathrooms not working. Unclean drains. Breeding ground for rats. Uneven walkways. Tourists walking in Heritage Key and falling down. Madam Speaker, in fact, I'll share a story. I have a family member who did a Caribbean cruise. And on the cruise, she met persons. She met persons on the cruise and crew members, and she became friends with that short time on the cruise. She never shared with them that she had Antiguan heritage. And in pulling up to our port, Madam Speaker, she was overly excited. And she said, the crew member said to her, what are you so excited for? She said, they said Antigua is run down, overhyped, expensive, bad roads, you can't even enjoy your tours, everything going up. She said, they said to her, you just save your money, and when we get to other ports, you should go and spend. And when you go down to Heritage Key and you speak to some of our vendors, the taxi men, they tell you boat ships a day, but sometimes they're not getting anybody. And we can really see, Madam Speaker, that they are playing around with our tourism product. And we have to get rid of this administration, Madam Speaker, before it is too late. Because the time they're taking to brag and say that we're doing well instead of focusing on really building our tourism brand, Madam Speaker, is the people who suffer. You can imagine if we were getting these Oasis class ships, I guarantee you by now we would have had all year tourism. It would have been maybe a little slower in the summer. But these larger vessels bring so many persons that I'm saying by now we would have been able to double the number of persons coming in on the cruise ships. You know what that would mean for us? We would double in revenue. In fact, the 50 million that they're trying to take out of our pockets in ABST, in the 17% ABST, they wouldn't have had to done that. because you would have been bringing in more revenue into the country and the government would have earned more in taxes. You can imagine the amount of work that the taxi men, the vendors would have, the restaurants. In fact, we'd have to be promoting more and more entrepreneurship to help our people to gain monies coming from what's happening in the cruise tourism. So again, I say to this government, Madam Speaker, they have to learn how to be innovative, learn how to create and stop trying to tax everything out of our people. Learn how to facilitate the ease of doing business. It's over 35 ground fakings this government has had. So, Madam Speaker, I say to you that we have to do better. Now, Madam Speaker, I know my time is short, and I could not come here tonight, Madam Speaker, and not say a few words to my significant people of All Saints West, Madam Speaker. I couldn't do it, Madam Speaker. I want to say to the people of All Saints West that I love them with all my heart, Madam Speaker. And today marks the 1-year anniversary. My political leader said I should say it again. I love the people of All Saints West with all my heart, Madam Speaker. Today marks my 1-year anniversary as the representative of All Saints West. And it has been a privilege and an honor to represent them. I also have to share with them the truth, challenges that I was faced with in our constituency and by extension our country. And I'm saying to the people of All Saints West and the people of Antigua and Barbuda that the main issue that we're having here is the government of the day. We need to get rid of this government if we want to see progress in our constituencies and in our country. I can stand here and I can proudly say, since being elected as the member of All Saints West, I have embarked on and completed several projects from road infrastructure, community beautification, sports and recreational development, and so much more. And no e-books. But while I can happily say this, Madam Speaker, I angrily say it is not enough for my people of All Saints West. My people of All Saints West deserves more, Madam Speaker. My people of All Saints West deserve a fair share of the tax dollars in this country. It cannot continue to be the MP's salary and his constituency allowance that is dedicated to taking care of the people of All Saints West. It is not fair, Madam Speaker. The road in Buckley's, the road in Lightfoot. I mean, if I was to start, I would say the road in every single village in my constituency. And we have plenty. We have over 13 villages in All Saints West alone. The infrastructure is poor. Water infrastructure, our road infrastructure, the recreational facilities, poor, Madam Speaker. And I'm saying to the people of All Saints West that I am committed to you. I am committed to serving you. I am committed to fixing our issues. I am committed to delivering our clinic, well, getting our clinic back on track, I should say. And I'm committed to turning our clinic into a 24-hour hospital with a pharmacy. I am committed to that. I'm committed to delivering water in all those areas. We have many areas in All Saints West that in their lifetime, they haven't had running water. They weren't able to have access to government water. I'm committed to fixing our road infrastructure. I'm committed to the development of sports, our community center. I'm committed to our youth. I'm committed to our elderly. I'm committed to my constituency and my constituents. But in closing, Madam Speaker, I would say to the people of All Saints West, and in fact, the people of my respective colleague MPs here with me tonight, I want to ask them to hold resolute, hold firm, hold strong, because the decision we made January 18, 2023, to remove this government is the best decision we've made for this country. And I know we didn't get over the line last time. It was a mere 6 votes. But I am confident that the next time around, we are going to be the government of this country. And we will deliver to our constituencies and all constituencies in Antigua and Barbuda. Because we don't preach this politics to divide. We want to be united as a people. And with those few words, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for hearing me, and I want to thank the people in the crowd for listening to me, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Members of the gallery, please. Members of the gallery, please, please. Please, members. I recognize the Honorable Minister, member from St. Mary's South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a good look. It's a good feel. Before I get into my presentation, the only regret and the only missing element is that we can't look across the aisles to the wicked men sitting in suit on the other side and tell them how exactly we feel about the way they run in the country. And to see them uneasy in their seats as if they're sitting on nails while we speak the truth. But I love the People's Parliament. Welcome. First of all, I'd like to say thanks to God for allowing me to make history, contesting and winning 2 elections in 1 calendar year. And to the real MVPs, the people of St. Mary's South, I have nothing but love and appreciation for you. You have demonstrated to Gaston Brown and the entire ABLP administration, and also the wider nation, that transactional politics is dead in St. Mary's South. Now, I was tagged with the responsibility to speak on the creative arts, sports, and youth empowerment. I'll begin with the creative arts. I don't know if to call it creative arts or dead arts, but enough is not being done to promote our culture and our abilities in Antigua and Barbuda. We can and we should be getting much more revenue out of our carnival festivities. For example, in Trinidad and Tobago, Carnival accounts for over 100 million US dollars per year. In Barbados, between 80 and 100 million US dollars per year. How much revenue does Antigua and Barbuda Carnival contributes to our gross domestic product? Well, it's undocumented. I've searched high, I've searched low, I've used the Google engine, I've called multiple offices, and I could not get a figure as relates to the amount of money Carnival contributes to our, right, not even Google. There needs to be a more collaborative approach to Carnival. And when I say collaborative, I mean the stakeholders, promoters, DJs, mass troupe owners, vendors, sound system owners should all have a seat at the planning table to improve the overall quality of our carnival. Rather than having the festival commission planning, creating the template, and the stakeholders fall in line. We cannot continue to plan our carnival festivities in that manner. There is little or no strategy to market our carnival coming from the government side. Well, besides insane carnival waving the Antigua and Barbuda flag high and hard throughout the length and breadth of the festivities of this world, the government is not putting anything in place to promote our carnival festivities on the international stage, the big stage, where all the fetters party. Antigua and Barbuda, in my estimation, and I'm suggesting to the cultural minister, to put a contingent together from Antigua to promote carnival on the world stage. For example, I had the honor of going to the Uber Soca cruise in November of last year. Bermuda, small Bermuda, invested thousands of dollars in marketing paraphernalia. They were all over the boat. Everywhere you go on the ship, you see something about Bermuda's carnival. We're in the gym, we're in the living room, we're in the halls, we're in the dining rooms. Even in our rooms, there were pamphlets advertising Bermuda's carnival. So at the end of the cruise, even now, when I think about the cruise, I'm seeing Bermuda Carnival. They employed what is referred to as ambush marketing, in-your-face marketing, making people have no choice but to see your paraphernalia. Everyone that was on the cruise can tell you something about Bermuda's carnival as a result of the strategic nature of their marketing. Antigua and Barbuda need to establish a cultural ambassadors, persons who are already influential in their respective cultural fields, promo teams comprising of influencers, DJs, entertainers, photographers, artists, vibes people, because you know you have to have the people that bring the vibes. Bloggers, writers, promo boys and girls. And they should be sent to these events, regionally and beyond, to promote our culture. Showing our flags in numbers, and I'll give you some experiences in a little bit, gains the respect of the DJs, the MCs, the promoters, and every person at these events. The spin-off is that the country's music and culture is promoted. Now I can tell you, I'm going to tell you a little bit about my Uber experience. So while that puppy show of a prime minister we have saying that I'm braffing, I'm doing promotion for Antigua and Barbuda. But because he's short-sighted, he cannot see the positive nature of what we do. So we had a team of 5, not sanctioned by the government, not given any finances by the government. We went on our own accord to the Uber Soca cruise. And we had big flags, Antigua and Barbuda flags, wrapped around us everywhere we went, like capes, like super Antiguans. So everybody on that cruise knew about Antigua. Who didn't know? They were asking questions. What flag is this? Where are you from? And not only did we have the flags, but we had the vibes. And as a result, our local music was played every event on that cruise. We dominated the airwaves. We heard Burning Flames. We heard Tian Winter. We heard Claudette Peters. We heard Ricardo Drew. God bless his soul. To the point where even Ricardo Drew approached us and he said, guys, we have to take a bigger contingent next year. Because if 5 I mash up the place, so I wouldn't want to see a contingent of 20. But the point that I'm trying to make is that the flag was represented, the vibes was brought, and people inquired about the country. And they wanted to come. So much so, Bermuda extended invitation to us, free of cost, accommodation and everything paid for, just to bring the kind of vibes that we brought to the Soca cruise to Bermuda. Then we have no Womack Antigans parties. We need to tap into carnival chasers movements. We need to have ads on Fet Trackers, Fet Travelers, Carnival Chasers, and the Uber Soca Cruise movement. Now, this might be foreign to a lot of you, but it's something that I pay attention to because I'm going to be the next Minister of Culture. If we are not marketing on this stage as it relates to Carnival, we're not marketing at all. The Minister of Creative Arts stood in Parliament and he said that every bill was paid to all the service providers and the entertainers for our Carnival season. I wasn't in Parliament to hear him, but I made it my business to listen over everything that he said. And this is one thing that he said, that everybody was paid. Many people are still owed. The government, to date, have not paid some workers for as far back as 2019. Backup singers, musicians, service providers, etc. are still owed significant amount of monies by this government. The One Nation concert just concluded, and I'm sure that every international artist that came into this country was paid in full before they graced the stage. Or at least half, and the next half paid before they put down the mic. Right, before they leave the hotel for real. Another thing that we have plaguing our carnival is that we have a limited amount of flights coming to Antigua and Barbuda. We have the greatest summer festival in the world. Every person is supposed to be able to come here for summer and enjoy our carnival. But the flight situation is complicated. And I heard the minister also said, he admitted that flights are limited. He said out of his mouth that many people were trying to come but could not come because they could not get a flight to Antigua and Barbuda. It tells me that they're not planning strategically with these airlines to increase the amount of flights coming to Antigua and Barbuda for that significant time of the year. Nothing was said in the minister's debate about how the government intends to grow Carnival and to attract more people to our shores. In my estimation, they're settling for the status quo. The Minister of Culture spoke about our entertainers, but the question is, What are they doing to harness and to develop our local talent here in Antigua and Barbuda? The last budget presentation, I spoke about a mobilization fund that is needed to help some of the bands kickstart their preparation for Carnival. It seemed as if those recommendations fell on deaf ears or barren ground, because to this day, we're not seeing them coming to pass. This government increased the price of fetting tax to 17%, by 17%, I'm sorry. This will have a negative effect on the fetting industry. Mark you, there are a lot of people in this country, promoters, that only make their living through fetting. Partying is a stress reliever. It is a mental break mechanism. And being a certified counselor, I can tell you that relieving stress, one of the best ways to relieve stress is to have a good time. Whatever that good time is for you, it could be going to church, it could be climbing a hill, it could be taking a swim, it could be listening to music. As long as you're not doing harm to yourself, as long as you're not harming others, and as long as you're not doing anything illegally, have some fun. Once fetting becomes too expensive, it means that less people are going to be able to fet, which inevitably raises the societal stress levels. Kes the band, famous band from Trinidad and Tobago, they have a song by the name of Mental Day, and I'll just quote for you. I can't sing. If I could sing, I'd sing it for you. But I don't want to run anybody out of the room before the closing time. I'm taking a mental day. I need a little runaway because the lime is good for me mentally. I'm taking a little jam. That's part of my mental plan. We all need a little mental escape, and for some people, fetting is that mental escape. So increasing the taxes on fet will only make it stressful for some people. The cultural minister should see himself as the minister of happiness, being responsible for making people happy. But instead, the minister of gloom and doom. From the economic side, minister of sadness indeed. From the economic side, the micro businesses who benefit from fetting, barbers, nail techs, clothing stores, shoe stores, hairdressers, will suffer tremendously when the price for fetting goes up, because people will have less to spend in preparation for these fets. I move on to sports, and every time I talk about sports in this country, it depresses me. Because I think we can be on the level of Jamaica, Trinidad, even the US and other big countries, once our athletes are prepared the way that they should. Sports on a whole in Antigua and Barbuda is at an all-time low. In fact, the word sports was not mentioned one time in the Prime Minister's budget presentation. Not even once. Which means that the ABLP administration has no plans for the youth of this nation. The word sports is synonymous with young people. People like me and my political leader, we're looking, well, he probably don't resign, but I'm still holding on for another year or so. But we're up the ladder. There's nothing for us to gain from sports. So we have to think about the younger generation when we consider the term sports. Not mentioning sport at least once in the national budget is a loud cry for some attention from this administration. In fact, the way I see it, seems as if we might have to put sport in that Nugent Avenue hospital because it's suffering. So we're going to line it up with agriculture and the post office and fit them in there somewhere because all of them need attention medically. The Minister of Sport should be ashamed to stand in Parliament and present basically nothing on sports. The only thing he did was to quote a few figures that they approved for the various sporting disciplines throughout Antigua and Barbuda, and these figures are meager. I'll tell you as I go along. He spoke about international cricket and how cricket can create a luxurious life for cricketers. But the question remains, what are they doing for cricket at the grassroots level? What are they doing to ensure that more Antiguans reach the heights of Sir Vivian Richards, Curtly Ambrose, Andy Roberts, etc.? Alzari, Joseph. What are they doing to ensure that we have more cricketers enjoying that luxury life that he's talking about? YMCA sat in a deplorable condition until the emergence of the regional netball tournament. Thank God for Karen and Nito and Jojo and others who constantly pressured the government until they got in there repaired, maybe a week or so before the tournament, or days before the tournament. Basketball is in dire need of support from the government. The National League is about to start. I think it's this weekend. And if they can find 5 teams for the top league, they can find plenty. Because many teams will not be entering the competition because there is no grassroots program. So can you imagine people like me dominating First Division at nearly 45? The youngsters are absent from the sport because we do not have a grassroots program to keep bringing up the talent. And I'm sure that can apply to every other sport throughout the country. The Minister of Sport admitted that one of the main issues addressing sport or plaguing sport is the lack of bathroom facilities throughout the country. He admit them. At least he look honest. Give him some credit for that. He spoke about the JSC Sport Complex and people vandalizing the bathroom facilities. Now, by all means, I condemn the vandalization of government property and otherwise. But the solution to this problem should not be to close the bathroom facility so that people going there to use the facility cannot have access to the bathroom facilities. We have school children playing there on a regular basis, both boys and girls alike. What happens in the eventuality where a young lady might be on a cycle and need to change? Where is she going to go? What happens if they want to defecate? Where are they going to go? But this is what happens when you have a government that has no vision and do not plan. Each playing field should be equipped with proper bathroom facilities, and systems must be in place to maintain and to ensure that these facilities are used in the correct ways. And I can promise you, when I become the next sport minister, we will ensure that we have bathroom facilities on every playing field across Antigua and Barbuda. YASCO remain our only track and field facility, and it is still without a bathroom and proper seating capacity. Up to now. For the last 5 years, the sport of swimming in Antigua and Barbuda has been the most consistent and dominant sport. Kudos to my boy, Kem Wana. You're doing a marvelous job, my brother. Keep it up. Yet, the sport is still without proper facility. Since the start of COVID, Cricket West Indies took over the athletic club, and the pool was taken away from the swimming fraternity. Since then, only one pool, the pool at Longford, is being used to accommodate pool-based swimming. Some clubs that used to train there actually shrinking because the demand is great for the pool and it's only one pool. So clubs have to downsize their numbers in order to stay using the pool. Under this ABLP administration, 2 ministers of sports, the Honorable Chet Green and the Honorable Darrell Matthew, promised to construct Olympic-sized pool for swimming. After the national swimming team won the OECS championship in November of 2022, the next month, and I mark the date, the 14th of December 2022, specifically, the Minister of Sport, the Honorable Darrell Matthew, had a ground-faking ceremony in the proposed site of the Arlington Cemetery Antigua version. So I don't know what they're going to put there. I don't know if they're going to put the cemetery or they're going to put the aquatic club there. So they're planning dead. He had a ground-faking ceremony. All because the general election was coming up in January. And promised that they were going to put an aquatic center with an Olympic-sized pool so our athletes can have a training ground that they can call their home. To this date, not even one grade a goodie. Go grade none. This is the type of administration that we're dealing with. An administration with only talks, fake promises on the eve of elections, and gimmicks to try to fool the people of this lovely nation.
Honorable member, you have 5 minutes.
Are you ready? And to make matters worse, not even a word was said in his budget presentation as to why that center was not built. No accountability to the people of Antigua and Barbuda. Bury them right in the cemetery. There is still no gym for our national athletes. The historic ARG, with many world records, have been reduced to a mere fetting venue. After we were promised years ago that it would have been taken over by the Ministry of Sport and repaired, still sits there in ruin. Based on the figures that were presented, and these are the figures that he presented, $867,000, $612 were allocated between the different sporting disciplines in Antigua and Barbuda. When you look at this figure, this is 4 weeks of Alpha Nero maintenance. Only 4 weeks, and this figure was given in different increments to the different sporting disciplines in Antigua and Barbuda. All the sports together. $867,612. And they're spending $200,000 per week on Alpha Nero plus. If we are not talking about investing millions in sports, we're wasting time. Sport should be used as a mechanism to help curb the violence that we have among our youths for today. Every sector of sport suffering under this Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party. Just today, actually, I had to transport my son and a few other players from the St. Mary's Secondary School to JC for the opening ceremony for basketball because then they send them bus. So myself and another teacher, I didn't work at the school anymore, but I still offer my services to them all the time, had to transport the youngsters to the venue for the ceremony. That's right. Long time. Let me touch a little on youth violence. Can I get
You do have 3
do I get extra time as in the parliament?
You have 3 minutes. Would you like extra time?
Okay, let me.
At the end of which we can ask the House to give you more time if they so desire.
Okay, so please be kind to me, okay? The number of youths admitted to the Youth Intervention Program for the year 2022 was 239, 70 females and 169 males. In the year 2023, 373 were admitted, 281 males, 92 females, an increase of 134 students, youngsters. The youth intervention system is operating as a joke, my people. There is no support being offered to the government. In fact, the building can only be used by the government. The building can only be used when it is dry, because if it rains, inside get wet up. There is not enough resources, human resources and otherwise, to facilitate this institution. So our young people go there most time and they have nothing to do. There are no sporting facilities. There are very limited amount of counselors and very little support coming from the government. But at the same time, they wonder why crime is on an increase among our youngsters. Another sad reality I discovered upon my research is that the psychiatric care among our young people is lacking. Clearview does not see anybody under the age of 18. And there are no certified psychiatrists to deal with our youngsters from the government end for anybody that's under the age of 18. So if parents don't have the money to see private counselors or psychiatrists, then these youngsters are left to fend for themselves. These are the realities that we are faced with this wicked administration. Our young people are suffering under this government. And it's time for them to go. How much time I have?
Unfortunately, out of time, but we can ask.
Can I get some more time, please?
How much more time do you need, sir?
Just about 5 more
5
minutes.
Yes. Fine.
Thank you. I want to touch some constituency matters. I could not come here and not touch some matters that are plaguing us in St. Mary's South. We have many unfinished by-election projects. The playing field in Bowlands Village specifically, that's totally not usable for official games, and barely we can use it for practice because some parts of the field we cannot use. All because in an attempt to fool us, they attempted to build a stand with seating capacity and bathroom facilities, totally destroyed the field, went against the advice of professionals who told them that the area that they were building the field, this stand in, was not suitable because it's waterlogged. So work cannot be continued there, and it just sits there in ruin, and the field is totally destroyed. We have many unfinished roads, unfinished sidewalks, to the point where people have to build bridges to go into their yards over water that's filled with mass and wrigglers and wingworm. The Erling's basketball court is unfinished. They tried to pave it, but they made a mess of it. And I'm appealing to them to please come to St. Mary's South to do some work because we're not going to be quiet over there. Johnson's Point Clinic is closed without any proposed date of opening in mind. The police station is hopping from venue to venue. They're all over the place. And the building is still not completed. After work, they closed the initial police station since 2017. They installed some AC units in the Erlins Primary School. And to this day, not even one can go on. They did not do any feasibility study to understand that they had to change the entire wiring for the school because the school was not wired to accommodate such a load. So they're just there sitting, gathering dust. Not even one has power. The building, the house project in Bowlands, we're in 2024, and this administration is still not putting in infrastructure before they construct homes. So when it rains, the people that occupy these homes, if they don't have a 4x4, they have to park somewhere down the road and walk through the mud to go home. Because the roads, no drains, no sidewalks, just houses built on lands. This is what the government is doing with our taxpayers' money through national housing. The Caseby Pineapple Field and the Christian Valley Agriculture Station remain only in a vegetative state, growing bushes and not producing. In conclusion, the Prime Minister and this Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party administration is filled with excuses. Excuses are mere nails used to build a house of failure. No one has ever excused his or her way to success. Excuses are the walls that prevent progress. Let's keep the pressure on this worthless, unloving, and deceptive administration because we're voting them out of office the next general election. Thank you, my good people. Good night.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I recognize the Honorable Member from Barbuda.
Madam Speaker, it's really a privilege to be here, sitting, listening to my colleagues, and being enlightened by all that we could have said in Parliament. But I think there's a reason for us to be here tonight.
Quiet, please, order.
It is really something I think we should continue, by the way. Right? Madam Speaker, I'm here to make my presentation on the 2024 budget statement. And I want to start by saying, I listen especially to my colleague from Rural West, and I want to say to us tonight that what we were given was a bogus document. Yes. Right? No disrespect to the good technicians in the Ministry of Finance, but when I went through it, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time like I normally do tonight, it just doesn't add up. It just does not make sense. And I'm going to start by just giving you an example of what was said by the Prime Minister in his budget statement. And I quote, he says here, the CIP program contributes nearly 60% of non-tax revenue. And even though this contribution is this expected amount is going to be 67 million in 2023, the same level as in 2022, the overall non-tax revenue is expected to decline. Now, 67 million. And if you check this, I mean, who have access to it? He's saying he's expecting from CIP alone 100 million. Now, if 67 million, you're expecting less. That's what your statement says, you know. It doesn't correspond with this, all right? So I just want to posit that as a part of what I want to say tonight in terms of the Prime Minister's presentation. Brothers and sisters, Madam Speaker, the budget that was presented to us will create the most hardship that the people of Antigua and Barbuda would have ever experienced in decades. Decades. 17% ABST. I'm not going to quote everything, but as was said, the control of customs, all the tax people that collects revenues for Antigua and Barbuda has said that everything is increasing, has said that Antigua and Barbuda is on an upward trajectory when it comes to the collection and payment of taxes. Yet still, 17% was given or placed on the backs of the people of Antigua and Barbuda with the excuse or with the caveat that is to fund the public sector increase of 9%. That is what we are told. So I want to ask the Prime Minister and the members of his government, is it fair for the private sector to carry on their backs the funding of an increase alone for public sector when you can get that money elsewhere? Is it fair? You're talking about ABST yield. The yield is about, from what I understand, less than 50%. And you're collecting over 300 million. So if you just try to increase your compliance to about 75%, 80%, you're going to collect anything like $200 million, maybe $150 million more. So I want to say to the people of Antigua and Barbuda, we have a government in power that is not interested in the well-being of the people of Antigua and Barbuda. They're not interested. And I'm going to go to Barbuda first and come back, because I'm quite sure you all heard the news. And let me say tonight, the last year budget, we discovered a container, 2 containers consigned. And I know we don't have immunity, but I'm speaking the truth. Consigned to one Senator Govaya. I spoke about that. With lumber and all kind of equipment and so. That never reached Barbuda. Last year I made that revelation. This year now, $1 million US. I was sitting at the airport in Toronto when I got a phone call, a very strange number. I said to myself, I can't pay no roaming thing to accept this call. But the Lord said to me, answer. When I answered the call, it was one Steve Morgan. He is responsible for that trust that was set up to ensure that some relief can be given to Barbuda. He introduced himself to me. He said, I'm Steve Morgan. I said, Steve Morgan, who are you? I said, sir, I'm overseas. I cannot speak very long because, you know, he said, no, bear me out, sir, bear me out. The man said to me that after the passage of Hurricane Irma, which came on the 6th of September, 2017, on the 18th of September, not even a month, his charity gave the government $1 million US. $1 million US. He called the Prime Minister and he said to the Prime Minister, we are making available $1 million US for the aid of the people of Barbuda relief after the hurricane. The Prime Minister specifically, and he must come and counter me because I'm quite sure he's listening, specifically instructed him to put that money into the Global Bank of Commerce. Why you have to ask Gaston Brown that? Sorry, I'm not debating the normal way, but you know, you must hear the truth. And he said to me that immediately they ensured that the money was deposited in the account at Global Bank. And I'm going to cut it short. But I want to say to the people of Antigua and Barbuda that's listening to me now, that up to now, that money has not reached Barbuda. So I went on the radio because I did it the right way. I was in collaboration. I collaborated with people in the Ministry of Finance, and I spoke to them. But I realized it was above them. The man said the Prime Minister refused to take his calls. So I said on the radio on Tuesday, I asked the Prime Minister humbly, what has happened to that money? And you know one thing? Imagine the other monies. Imagine the other monies that nothing has been given account for. And I want to read you what the Prime Minister's response was, just want to read you what he said after I brought it up, because had I said nothing, nobody would have said nothing. That is the type of government that we have in this country that we need to get rid of. Get rid of them. No good for us, man. And this is what the Prime Minister said, He said the U.S., and I'm quoting him now, because we don't have immunity, I have to quote him. The U.S. 100 million was remitted and credited, the U.S. 1 million US dollars was remitted and credited to the government's account with the Global Bank of Commerce. He says so. However, we were subsequently advised by the management of the bank that they could not effect the Morgan transfer as agreed because the bank correspondent bank was placed in receivership and therefore could not effect the Morgan transfer. Somebody put it nicely, Somebody put it very nicely. You know what this sounds like? I went outside to feed my dog, and as soon as I go outside, the cat jumped up on me. And then when I realized I have to kick it off, the rain started falling, and I go inside the house to get my umbrella. And then when I come back out with my umbrella, dog get away. And then the gate open and goat in the yard. And by the time I finish running out the goats, the dogs start back at me. It's a bogus story. Total bogus. So I want to say to us tonight that we can do better in this country. And we need to get rid of these vagabonds. We need to get rid of them. So, I don't know why they saved me for last, but anyway. I was in my bed laying down last night, because I said to myself, I got to travel early tomorrow. So let me go in my bed a little earlier, because my wife always complains. I go to bed very late because I do my computer stuff, and, I got to sometimes wind down for the day, So my wife was very happy. She was very happy when I went into the bed. But anyway, Madam Speaker, while I was in bed, I don't normally have my phone on because I try to relax, But anyway, I had it on. And I heard a ping. Somebody sent me a message. Very reliable person in the government, by the way. And said to me, Mr. Walker, I have information as well, since I made that announcement about the 1 million, that another 550,000 US dollars was given by Spain to Antigua and Barbuda via a diplomat. I said, wow, man, this thing is getting serious. $550,000 via a diplomat for the relief efforts in Barbuda. And you see why the Barbudans have to be passionate against this wicked government? You see why we can't support this government? You see why every time he goes down to Point FM, Trevor Walker name have to come up? But I want to say to this government and Gaston Brown, I'm not afraid of you, because I'm going to stand up for the justice and equal rights of the people of Barbuda. You can't take advantage of people like that. And Antiguans and Barbudans, this government must be given a failing grade for accountability. That is what it's about, accountability. And now I understand, I didn't hear the cabinet briefing, that Melford Nicholas, Honorable Melford Nicholas said the government is going to make the money available to Barbuda? What an afterthought this. The government is going to give us the money? Antiguans, we can do better than that. And we must not and cannot continue to accept this type of thing from this government. We cannot. We must put an end to that, man. An end to that.
Members, quiet.
So I want to say to us as a people that what was presented did not reflect the realities of what's happening in Antigua and Barbuda. As a matter of fact, what was presented, in my view, was a picture that is supposed to be considered, a failing picture of Antigua and Barbuda. Because one of the things I noticed, and again, I don't have time for all that, but the government brags about its debt situation. I'm going to come back to Barbuda because I want to get in everything I want to say about these things. About the debt situation in Antigua and Barbuda. 3.8 million or something like that they have, and the debt to GDP ratio has gone down to 60. It's not true. It is not true. And part of it in the budget as well says that, well, government debt is 3.8 million and government has guaranteed 600 million. I'm not sure the figures stand corrected. But I want to say to us, the $90 million that was given or taken out by this country for the expansion of the port is what we call a contingent government liability. The $80 million that was taken out for the UE expansion is what we call a contingent government liability. The $100 million, 107 to be exact, for APOA that we just approved the other day, 107 million is considered a contingent government liability. The 100 million that we're going to borrow for the airport expansion is considered a contingent government liability. You know what that means? If they can't pay, government must pay. And you're telling me that your debt to GDP ratio is 67%? And that you haven't borrowed anything much because we're keeping the debt stock? Let them stop fooling y'all, man. Let them stop fooling y'all. Because at the end of the day, we're brighter than that. Come on. And we just accept that, Antiguans just go, well, accept that, and the man can't pay nothing in the country. If we're doing so good, who you think going to pay back the loan from the Saudis? Who you think going to pay back the loan for the port and the airport? But no, they can't fool me, you know. I'm a little boy from Barbuda, but they can't fool me. And we must stand up and let them know we know what they're doing. That is what's important. So if I was to take my normal hour and go through this, there's a lot of things that in there that just don't make sense and lies. He talked about the IMF Article 4 report. Just because the IMF said that there's a projected growth for Antigua and Barbuda, but he has not authorized the IMF to make public that Article 4 report for years. And we accept that. You pay your taxes and you don't want to know what the multilateral is saying about you in comparison to other countries. We accept that. We sit down. They call a picket and a protest and a handful of people show up. And we accept that. You go on the radio, talk, but you can't talk in public because you're afraid and you accept that. Man, come on, we can do better than that. Because anytime we continue with this mode, we are going to lose this nice country called Antigua and Barbuda. In a big way. So we have to be serious. People say they don't like my style, but I'm a strategic fighter. I said it on the radio. One guy in Barbuda always bash me, go, I fight strategically. And that is what you got to do to get rid of these people. It don't seem as if some people are serious about getting rid of these people when they present a document like this to us that makes no sense. That is cut and paste. Talking about taxes when PLH in Barbuda they don't pay no tax at all. All the taxes have waived for 25 years, and they brag about $1 billion being spent. What is in it for you and me? And they use no land, their resources. They call the shots with the airports and so, till the airport authority head person had to resign because of pressure. And we sit back and we say nothing. We do nothing. We talk at the barber shops and the corner shops, and we do nothing and accept it and expect that our children will have a brighter future in Antigua and Barbuda, and expect that they're going to say to their friends when they grow up that our parents did them justice. Come on, man. If everybody don't want to stand up, a few of us who know better must stand up. I'm tired of this. It's 20 years I'm going into elective politics, and I told my wife, if this continues, this laissez-faire, this hit-and-miss situation, may as well I'm going to rest myself. I told my wife that 20 years of your life is a long time. So we got to wake up, put pressure on them, let them know we don't accept this, because this don't make no sense. Let them know it's our livelihood that's at stake when it comes to a budget. So let me go back to Barbuda again. So, Madam Speaker, I like to say that, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister said in his budget statement that by the end of December, private jets, I'm quite sure y'all heard it, will be landing in Barbuda. I want to land where? I want to land where? How can you go to the parliament knowing that you have no international certification, knowing that ICAO has not given you permission to land no private jets there, knowing that even ECA has not approved it, and you're going to tell the nation that by the end of December that you're going to have private jets landing on that airport when you don't even have a proper terminal there? And then we just sit back on the nice sounding goods and we don't challenge him? That cannot be right. A prime minister must be accountable to the people of the country, and the minister of finance must be accountable. You must speak truth. And when you speak, it must be something that the people accept. You cannot continue this way. And then nothing happens the way you're going to come and tell me, like the $1 million, oh, well, something fall through. I kept asking the Prime Minister, who owns that airport? I keep asking him, because when the Honorable Member for All Saints East and St. Luke, my colleague, the leader of the opposition, asks about the loans that were given to the government by PLH, the Prime Minister cannot answer. I mean, come on. You imagine an airport that will cost in excess of $100 million when it's finished, because you have to have a fire tender and everything. It's going to cost over $100 million. There was never a document laid in the House of Representatives approving that kind of expenditure. Who do you think will have to pay back the $100 million? And we accept that. Madam Speaker, I like your temperament, by the way. Madam Speaker, we can do better than that. Right? Madam Speaker, the people, our younger generation, expects better from us. We're laying a foundation for them, and they cannot build on something that is not firm and solid. So we must ensure that we leave a solid foundation for them. Madam Speaker, on the question of land, you don't have to touch that. There's an obsession to sell the lands in Barbuda. Obsession. It's as if when he sleeps at night, that's the only thing on his mind. I have to sell Barbuda land. I have to sell it. Everything. I don't understand what's wrong with our Prime Minister. And the question I have to ask to him, how much land do you, Gaston Brown, have in Barbuda that we don't know about? How much do you have? Because the lands that was leased to your wife and her father, it was supposed to be 15 acres. That was the original lease, 15 acres. When I checked it, it's 30 acres. And I just saw in the cabinet, not in the cabinet, in the presentation for the budget. Remember what I said, it was 15. The document I saw put it up to 30. And in the budget statement, It's 85 acres. The budget statement is aligned. Check it. 85 acres. So the question is, where does that land come from? Where is the land? Who authorized that? Where is the lease? The lease that I have in my possession now, speaks to 30 acres. That was even illegal because it was 15. And now you're telling the nation that is now catapulted to 85 acres? Let me tell y'all,
Order, members, I know it's late, but please.
Let me tell y'all, I'm a research man, but let me tell y'all, if we don't take stock of ourselves and the things that's going on in this country, we're going to lose everything. We're going to have the wealthiest prime minister when he retires in the world. Man, they have no conscience. No conscience whatsoever. So I come here tonight to tell the people of Antigua and Barbuda that once and for all, we need to get rid of these people. Talking about he's going to have a Rosewood resort. And yet we must be knowledgeable. That's why I like information. Information is power. You don't build a Rosewood resort. You don't build a Marriott. You don't build a Days Inn. They're management companies. So you have to ensure that your specifications are up to what they'll accept. So don't let them fool you with the Marriott and all those kind of things. We just sit back and accept that, oh, Marriott is coming. The Marriott is coming where? I want to say to us, man, we're more intelligent than what he thinks, man. Let me put on my glasses because I want to make sure I see properly. See?
Order, members, please.
So, Madam Speaker, I'm just going to hit and run, CDB, Madam Speaker. CDB after Hurricane Irma, there was a loan put together / a concessionary loan / a grant that was given to Antigua and Barbuda, mainly for Barbuda. Madam Speaker, it speaks to several parts, several aspects of what the loan involves. And there's some over $40 million in there. Remember, they're doing this on the backs of Hurricane Irma. Some $40 million for roads. I don't know if you all see $40 million of roads in Antigua. Have you seen $40 million of roads since 2017 in Antigua? So I don't know where the road money gone. But my interest, 5 miles, 5 million of that was supposed to have been spent. Let me be my grammar correctly. Was spent according to the document in Barbuda. And as far as I know, especially the road I live on, it is the worst. You have been there, St. Philip South. It is the worst road in Barbuda. So they're saying that $5 million was spent in Barbuda. I want to ask again, where? Where? So I will expose them, Some people don't want to expose, I'll expose. Just like you answered me about the 1 million, come and answer me about where that money, where's the money, where was it spent? Since 2017 is only last week. That whole facility that we're supposed to be getting some grant funding from Canada, etc., is only last week the repairs of the council office started. I want to say that again. Since 2017, that whole facility that involves grant funding from Canada and other places, CDB concessionary loan, last week they started repairs on the council building and the community center. So you think when we talk, some people say, oh, y'all always oppose the Prime Minister and the government. We must oppose him because he's wicked and this government must go down.
remember, you have 5 minutes.
I'll try. I'll try. Okay. So, Madam Speaker, I have to touch on this one too. I'm going to wrap up, but I have to touch on this one. Madam Speaker, the same Irma situation. I heard for myself the infamous minister, Honorable Sir Malwin Joseph, speaking about, the dogs in Barbuda, stray dogs. I remember after the hurricane, this and that, and the dogs and the animal thing is out of control. So, Madam Speaker, I wish you could come to the real part. Madam Speaker, there was some funding given to construct what you call one of those canal or dog kennel. See? Okay, kennel. We don't use that. We use a dog pen, but kennel. Yeah, Madam Speaker. So funding was given for that. I'll do my research to find out exactly where the funding came from. It was given. Why it was given? Because they started to build that facility. And 6 years later, one dog can't go in there. 6 years later. This is what we're putting up with on the other side. This is what it's all about. So where, first of all, how much money was allocated to that project? How much? Tell us. Just like you answered the 1 million, I want to know, Sir Malwin, where's the camera? Sir Malwin Joseph, I want to know how much money was allocated to building that dog kennel. We want to know. And we also want to know why it has not been finished. Why isn't it done? What's the problem? This is what you're talking about, you know. And when we go to the parliament, I go to the parliament and I ask the Prime Minister as Minister of Finance to present an audited statement, which he should do by law, of all the relief monies and in goods or kind that were given to Barbuda. Up to today, he can't do it. Why can't he do it? Why can't he do it? Up to today. We want to know whether or not we got value for money when $4 million was spent on Barrymore. And Barrymore still look like that. 4 million. 1.5 million was spent on the nurses' hostel. 1.5 million. And they come on the backs of the people asking for more money. On the backs of the people saying you're going to tax them. The little man that buys a little jukebox and wants to do some entertainment, he has to pay more money. You're telling him that, listen, you cannot live the same way because I'm going to reduce your disposable income because you have to pay more Social Security and I'm going to tax you more. And when you go to the supermarket, you're going to pay more in taxes with ABST as well. And we just sit down. The beginning of the year, from the 1st of January 2024, bread price went up in Barbuda by $1.50 across the board. So if you buy a $1 bread, it double and a half, $2.50. $6 bread, $7.50. $1.50 across the board. Because we pay more in taxes. And I'm going to wrap up with this because I don't want to stay long. We pay more in taxes. Because when I go and I buy, and I told somebody I buy two doors at Antigua Plumbing, I have to pay a truck man $150 to take it to the point off. $150. When it goes on Silver Seal, they charge me another, I don't know, $50, $60 to take it to Barbuda. When it gets there, I had to pay another guy to take it from there to my home. So it's not easy. Antigua and Barbuda is a unitary democratic state. the same privileges that you get in All Saints and St. Peter's and Liberta. We should be afforded the same privileges. Somebody got sick the other day. This week, actually, 2 days ago or a day ago. I was doing an interview on Observer, so I couldn't answer because they had problems. The person had to be airlifted to Antigua. The airline said they can't do it because they don't have no pilots. So I said, we have to do something. We had one option, and that was to get Calvin Air helicopters, which would have cost us $4,560. I want to say that again. Would have cost us $4,560, the council pockets, to bring that person over here. And I want to thank Calvin Air for doing the pro bono for us. Pro bono for us. So these are the kind of things that we go through in Barbuda. These are the kind of things that we're exposed to. And we have no help. I have to touch on the budget again in terms of him, the Prime Minister. I want to respect the office, Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, saying that he's restoring the budgetary allocation to Barbuda, and the member for Barbuda should be happy. But after he done hang us out to dry for 6 years after Hurricane Irma when we needed it most, and had no apologies, he's coming now and tell, oh, I'm restoring it now. Well, I want to say to you, Prime Minister, we want all those arrears that were due for the last 6 years. Antiguans and Barbudans must understand that during that time, our doctors, we owed them for 5 months. You imagine not getting your salary for 5 months? The doctors and nurses that work at Hannah Thomas Hospital, 5 months we can't pay them and they still work. And I want to say to Gaston Brown, the Labour Party, you can break us physically, but you can't break our spirit. And so, with management and ingenuity, we have reduced our arrears to our people in Barbuda. We owe our weekly paid persons over 43 weeks, and our monthly paid, including doctors and nurses, 5 months. And I can proudly stand here tonight and say we have reduced that from 43 weeks to 6 weeks, and from 5 months to 1 month. Madam Speaker, in wrapping up, because I only had a salad today, by the way, mothers. I had a salad. So in wrapping.
So have I.
In wrapping. I want to say to us, my colleagues, and to this honorable house, because it is an honorable house. It is honorable. That what you heard here tonight should have been what should have been in the House of Representatives. And these men here tonight, including myself, should have been what you call the government of the day. What my grandmother taught us, where there's life, there's hope. And given the trajectory of this government, I know they can't last 5 years. You know why they're not going to last 5 years? Because we are not going to accept what they're giving us for 5 years. And so I challenge and admonish all of us, Madam Speaker, to stand firm and defend what we believe in. Stand firm and build that foundation for children. Stand firm and reject what the government is trying to do to us. Stand firm and defend your patronage. And when you do that, the Most High will bless us and will ensure that when we decide to put our foot to the wheel and our shoulders to the plow, He will be with us always. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was a pleasure, and I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you. Order, order. Members, the House is not adjourned. Order. Thank you. I would like to thank every honorable member for their contribution this evening. I think you will all agree with me, and I've written a few adjectives. Their presentations were robust, informative, enlightening, educational, and quite professional. So thank you, honorable members. The bill having already been passed in another forum, we shall conclude this session with a vote of approval. Those in favor of accepting these contributions to this Parliament of the people, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Any abstention? I believe the ayes have it. I will now entertain the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for making this People's Parliament a success. I want to thank the people who were listening via radio and watching via social media. I want to say thank you as well. On behalf of my colleagues, I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for the excellent job. And as my colleague said, if only.
No. No.
But I must say, the night was well spent. Yes. And it gives me great honor and privilege to move the adjournment of the People's Parliament, sine die.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded that this sitting of the opposition bench stand adjourned, sine die. I wish to thank everyone, and please everyone get home safely.
Please remain seated. Please remain seated as the speaker leaves. Oh, stand. Everybody stand, please. Everybody stand, please. Could everybody please be seated? It is now our task to close the curtains on what has been a most exciting and informative night here in the People's Parliament. We're going to have the Senator's reaction to the presentations made by the MPs, starting with Senator Nicholas.
I want to begin by underscoring the description that the Honorable Speaker gave to the presentations that we heard tonight. Robust, enlightening, informative, and all the other adjectives that she used. I would like to associate myself with them. I think it was a wonderful presentation. All our MPs did well, and they covered a number of areas. And I think that the people of Antigua and Barbuda are better tonight as a result of these presentations.
Thank you, Senator Joseph.
Likewise, very enlightening, informative. I think our MPs did justice in their response to the presentation this evening. I want to say here that I am hoping at least it's adjourned standardized, so which means that this is the first, and we'll be back again in the People's Parliament. I think I sat and I listened, and I'm happy that things went the way it did. It brings us here, and I think it captures the attention of the public, the nation, and so everyone was glued into this evening and really pay attention to what really goes on in Parliament and the response and the argument. I think the MPs really drilled down and hammered down in the allotted time. And listening to the member for Barbuda, it did something to me really emotionally, and it gives us a greater picture and appreciation for what is taking place in Barbuda, and the response and the behavior and the attitude of the Barbudan as it relates to really what is taking place on the sister island. So all in all, it was a well spent 5 hours here. I could have gone on and listened to the presentation. All in all, it was a good response by
Thank you very much.
MPs.
Senator Massaro.
Not to really take it any longer, I just want to associate with the sentiments expressed by Madam Speaker. I think this is very historical for us, doing it for the first time. I wondered how it would really come off, but tonight was a resounding success, and I must say that all of the elected members of Parliament really delivered well, and I mean, present themselves well this evening. We just want to say thank you. You make us proud, and we just have to go from strength to strength here, and to do what Brother Trevor says, that we must take back this government without a shadow of time. Thank you, brothers and sisters.
All right, and the last matter at hand, we'd like to thank the organizations and individuals who made tonight a success. I'd like to thank Brother Kim Warner and Kim K. Nursery for the decorative palms that you see here tonight. That helped us to achieve the ambience we were looking for. Thanks to Wadada Event Services for the backdrops and the screen outside. As you saw, inside was full tonight. We actually have a screen downstairs outside for those who could not make it inside. The management and staff of the Antigua and Barbuda Workers Union for the use of their first-class venue. Progressive Radio 107.3 FM and Observer Radio 91.1 FM for carrying us live. Brother Rudolph Davis for his excellent rendition of the state anthem. Brother Anderson Edgell. National anthem. Brother Anderson Edgell, our chaplain to the People's Parliament. Yes. Brother Jonathan Wenner, our Sergeant at Arms. Yes. 268 Streams, the planning, technical, and production team. And last but not least, the audience. Those present and those who tuned in, because without you, this could not have been the People's Parliament. Good night and God bless until we meet again.
And thanks to you, our host, as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night. Get home safely, everybody.
Good night, everybody.